the fact that they're still able to come for not just for this year's PCS or last year's PCS3, but they were able to attend for every single one ever since from charity showdowns here. So I think that's still a feat that not many is able to maintain here.
Man, just right out the gates, you just aired out day trades, past questionable decisions. but we will witness a lot of that, and I think it is fair to say that not just day trade, but even the best teams, sometimes they do have those slip-ups that make you question. But it also begs the question, right? What are the comms between those teammates, between the players during that time when everything was happening? Because you and I, we both have our fair share when it comes to matches in battle royale, in the battle royale genre, and sometimes you do find yourself in very precarious positions, and you ask yourself, what are we going to do when it comes down to those situations? So day trade, right out of the gates, we've talked about the good, we've talked about the bad, but we also highlighted how they kind of got here and how consistent they are. And with the new format, I think it is even more important for not just day trade, but every other team participating to maintain the consistency of getting those chicken dinners, because it's not about the weekly prize, it's also about becoming the regional champions by the end of it.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about it as well, like if we're talking about like winning chicken dinners and everything else, then the first team that really comes into my mind here, I mean, besides LG Divine, who is actually not here. I mean, though yes, the name, they're not here, but the members, you see, that's the thing, right? Like I said, a lot of teams. You see, that's the thing, right? It boggles my mind because I'm like, okay, a lot of new teams. Let's check out the roster. Let's see who's the members. So when I check out the list, I'm like, hey, wait a minute. I looked through Expendables first, right? Because LG Divine was hailed from Vietnam, right? So I looked through the list, and instantly I was like, okay, there's no LG Divine. Let's see who's Expendables. The first thing I see was like, I see Nam C, Laris, and then June. I'm like, is this LG Divine? I see the other teams. They're all pretty much the same thing. Don't get me started on Our Angels and the Colony. Everyone is coming back into the scene here. And some of the newer team names here, which we're all, let's be honest, if I didn't do the research, I would have assumed they were the new teams. But if you notice some of the members, they are previous members from either Division X or from Caravans Gaming. Each members from who has already experienced PCS in person in their previous teams are slowly coming back here. So now the thing is this, with everyone, with new rosters, with new combinations here, I'm really excited to see how well the team synergy is going to be like in this game. They had 7 months to prepare for this, and they have a lot of research to go around, especially on Boriram here, who is by far, if you ask me in my opinion, is so far the most consistent and stable team here. Because if you notice, like even before I explain it in pure details, right, Husky, like if you just see the score line from PCS1 all the way to PCS3, right, they are gradually climbing, right? It's like third place in PCS1, PCS2 they got second place, then suddenly in PCS3 they get champion, they get the winner, they win the whole dang thing, right? So and I was like talking with Sir Cloud and Contra about it during PCS3. I was saying like, hey, you know, Boriram, they're always there. You know, they're always at the finish line, but they just don't have that additional boost or that additional push to cross over first before someone else does. So this one, they had to find some way to do it, and they did, and they got it all the way. And I think that was absolutely amazing here.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think now the story arc has completed. You know, across 3 seasons, we're gonna start a take flight into game 1. We're going all the way to Wrangle.
Woo! First map in Wrangle, ladies and gentlemen. Here, fly is literally, as you notice as well, we're slowly flying between like towards the east to the west side here. Very centralized. In other words, everybody is going to be able to get to it at a very most favorite drop spot here. And honestly, the one position that I have my sights on, always on the map of Wrangle here, especially in such a grand tournament like this, is going to be the contestants for Pochinki, right? Because a lot of Pochinki, let's be honest, it's not a very big town, but it's a town where it's sufficient enough to support two or maybe squeeze a third team here, but it's not relatively that big. But just seeing from the drop and the fly path percent, only one team will be heading to Pochinki for free here. And oh
Oh
no,
boy. Oh
oh
boy.
no, Chorus.
Oh boy,
Chorus?
this is not how you want to start things off. But I guess for Fury, they are no. We look at the percentage of them winning. They got the top 33%, and this is how it pays off. Clory's just, I guess you gotta wait 40 more minutes until you are able to properly play PUBG. But the circle for game number 1 starts us off hot. All the way to the northern side, we have Zarki, Sarverni, and a part of Jogopur in there, but 50% is Ocean.
Man, dude, and the crazy part about it is we're going to be seeing. Okay, the thing is this: it's not going to be a massive rotation or massive migration or rotation for some of these teams here, because at least the fly path wasn't too relatively towards the south side; it was more towards the north from that east to west fly path here. So at least some of the teams wouldn't have to worry too much about getting into the zone in time. However, because like you said as well, 50% is the ocean. So in other words, very little land area, and all these teams are going to be contesting for this edge of the circle, because when you're playing Erangel, majority of the teams won't be going straight towards the middle. You know, it's a rare case, but most of the time, and also favorite positioning is always playing around the edge here. And with so many teams, by the way, towards that central part of the map, we're going to be seeing a huge tug of war happening towards that edge.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I would say a majority of the times when you look at circles like this, the first question you think to yourself is, how are the teams who are not in the circle, which is most of the teams, are going to make those rotations? Because the expectations early on is that people will start to make their move at a very fast pace, because you don't really want to miss that circle in case it skews a bit more towards the ocean side, because there's already very less land to occupy, right? There's too many people, too less ground to cover. So do you really want to make those moves early on? So far for Birmingham United Esports, it seems like the answer is we're going to take our time. But what about the other teams? What is going to be the strategy?
No, it's pretty much the same. The thing is this, right? Playing on the map of Erangel has always been, the beginning especially, is more slower compared to Miramar, because everyone knows Miramar. You just need to get straight to the middle of the map. You want to get a really nice high graph elevation, but we'll only talk about that when we get to the map of Miramar, right? But either way, on the map of Erangel, everyone is playing it nice and slow, just prioritizing getting the utilities they needed as well. They know already from the looks of the circle, everyone is going to be already playing around this edge. Everyone's going to be having a hard time. No one's going to go straight to the middle, because if you notice on the map, when the observer later brings it up, the part with the land area towards the beach, there's barely any settlements. There's barely any cover at all. So everyone is just going to be trying to play around the edge.
Yeah, and the Expendables getting shot at just now. Just a couple of 1-2 taps from the M24 Pikamukau, as we are looking at a potential fight at X Stadium. They're gonna drive through an opposing team, and it's going to be BN United. It's not gonna be the beginning that you want. We'll see if they will cross paths, or at least will they cross those firearms. It seems like BN United, they do have another idea. They don't want to be engaging in unimportant fights. They're just gonna let X Stadium cross them. They also will try to beeline into that safe zone and try to set things up before trying to take those fights.
Yeah, and now X Stadium Tuduk here. As you guys know, they were also the previous team. And looks like our dear friend here, Victim Rise, one of the few returning teams, especially still maintaining from PCS3 here. Hopefully, definitely, they're trying to up their skill as they slowly climb up the ladder. Their two previous members from last PCS3 was actually replaced by Man and Teddy here. Teddy, of course, being one of the new members, but Man was actually previous from another team here, also quite well known here in the PCS.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Southeast Asia, it's a more, I would say it's a more special region. Instead of having the opens or the series, we have the Challenger Rumble, and we got 4 amazing teams. Like you said, the brothers sisters of Archangel, Predator, and the Colony, and of course we have Victim Rise coming back, Ego 365 Esports, and I think so far our region has been dominated by these particular members, and I'm not complaining, right? They are the best of the best. It's X Stadium now. They're going to start a bit of fire onto the Expendables, and it's going to force an immediate detour from the Vietnam counterpart.
Oh yeah, I mean definitely for sure. Because just like I said just now, there's very little settlements to play around. The teams could only hope at the fact that alright, if we want to play around the settlement, we can only pray and hope that the fact that no one occupied it first. And if it did, let's see how the settlement is designed like. Because if it's a settlement which we could crash into, then yes, we'll go for it. But like just now they noticed like okay, this settlement has a second floor, it's a lot of it has a balcony as well, has a high ground advantage. Then they didn't want to take a risk. They decided just turn it around. Let's go towards the mountains and get a little bit of that high ground here. But here comes a Fury here coming to the team. And this time I'm hoping, and I'm really hoping, that this time they will have a better start. Because Fury has been one of the team, their history is so well known here because they are the team that always has the slowest start. And when I mean slowest start,
Yeah.
I mean the slowest. But the thing is this, they always end up with a comeback.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the Oceania region, right? For some reason, even back then when Fury was known as Fury Australia, they are, you could put them in the middle at best, and we'll hold that topic for later on because Six Sacks has just found himself and a prey on the side of Eagle 365, getting the initial knockdown very early on, and the smoke grenade is gonna come out from the members of Eagle 365 to bring Vandal 9 Boy back to life. But Six Sacks is not laying back on those tabs, just hoping that he will get a few more shots in, but the resurrection is gonna come true. And Six Sacks, he actually tags Vandal again. Vandal just got brought back up, and he will be brought back down. Another 10 seconds will have to be expended from Eagle 365 as Jexy is trying his best to just not let his buddy go down, but Maxon, the Six Sacks, not making it easy, and Jexy is now down. And Eagle 365, they are trading members in tanking those bullets. Now the third member is going to come through, and it's going to be Chibrit trying to do his best. He has a lot to cover, but you got to help Vandal up first. He is the first one that's going to bleed out, and this relentless shooting from Sharper Esports is just making life tough for Eagle 365.
And also at the same time, they have really nothing to lose here at the same time because most importantly, if you notice the positioning on the minimap, right, they're playing 2x2 here. So in other words, the other two-man squad are on the lookout. They have a good vantage point on top of this hill here. So they pretty much have a grand view of anyone coming. If a vehicle comes, let's be honest, vehicles are so loud you can hear it from a mile away. So this Maximus and Six Sacks, they have the time of their life to just pick at these guys. If they get a kill, it's a point for them. It's a kill point for them. They're very satisfied with it. If they don't, they already did so much damage, forcing so many utilities out from the team itself here. But anyway, coming from attack all around, James is also going to be trying to take his own turn to see if he can go for a couple of knocks, a couple of tags. But it's a little bit too difficult here, especially with the with the semi-automatic rifle here.
Yeah, it is definitely a bit more difficult to land those shots from long range, but he does have those scopes to make it work. Either way, the last time we looked at the map, most of the teams are already in the circle. I think we have 2 or 3 squads who are gonna arrive a bit later. Only one player got taken out, and unfortunately, that was I believe Cloris from Game Home Esports right out the get go with that unfortunate accident that happened. And I wonder how that happened. Like, did Fury like bumped into his car? I mean, the UAZ is definitely a stronger vehicle. They are still playing on the southern side of Jogopu, so that is gonna take them a while as Game Home Hadong, they're being very patient, and here we go. The fire is gonna get let loose.
Beautiful.
And he's gonna get a knockdown. 3007 with 1, and his buddies are gonna pop out. But Archangel Predator, they're not gonna go down without the fire. Mad Dog's gonna trade right back. 3007 is gonna go right down. Meanwhile, Disgusting is going to trade right back. A Jinball loses his life. Gardner will be the one to take him out. Mad Dog makes a revisit onto 3007. In an attempt to finish the job. So these two teams, they're going to start suffering a lot of casualties. The Gardner has Disgusting by his side. Mad Dog will do the execution onto Game Home Hadong's second member. And both teams will suffer casualty. And Archangel Predator, they will lose 2, same as GHD.
I mean, that's of course because every kill point really counts in this game to really try to elevate themselves back into the game. Although yes, it is so unfortunate for Game Home and Archangel Predator right now because as it is already, they lost half of their squad. They're already 2 men down, and losing even 1 man is already putting yourself quite a disadvantage when it comes down to that final circle, especially when the circle is relatively so disadvantageous for most of the team, as most of the area here is pretty much wide open here. There's not much cover out here either.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Game Home, you should count your blessings. They only lost one guy, right? They lost Cloris from the very beginning. They were playing with 3 men and they were able to get 2 kills, so it's not too bad. But Carl, one of the previous members from Archangel Predator that's now in the colony, he's gonna try and take some pot shots as well onto Day Trade. And it's good to see Carl's playing alongside Killer, and I think these two have been probably the dynamic duo or one of the dynamic duos from Archangel Predator back in the days. So you can definitely place your faith in them, and that's Killer's turn to take his shots on that UAZ. But Day Trade, they are just a bit too fast, and just like the name suggests, Flash is out of there.
Gone as a flash, away from the danger as well. But Fury this time, they are sort of positioned themselves towards the base of the hills, trying to slowly siege themselves up towards this top part here. They know Sharper Esport is on the top here, but they're trying to be as casual about it as well, and hopefully any form of distraction or third party will distract them enough so they can get at least close enough to bring in the rifles to go for the spray. Now Ghibli was able to gun down Textile here from the other side from Team Bliss here, as he's going to go for the 1-trade and also finisher as well. 1 member short from each side. Casualties are happening towards this early part of the game. It's only phase 2, but the circle is already so horrendous for some of these teams. The casualties will definitely be happening alongside of this map.
Yeah, and these kind of circles is what accelerates the game pace, because everyone is just fighting for ground, and it's not going to get any easier as we progress into the later stages of that particular match, because of so less land for an over, I would say, an over dense population of 64 players. But on the island of Irango, 64 is a lot. But thankfully, the circle is coming back to land, it seems. So everyone is in the safe zone. This is where things should slow down a bit. We're gonna get phase number 3, a bit more towards the shooting range side. So we will see a mass migration from at least 4 to 5 squads, including Buriram United, who are stuck and guarded by Victim Rise.
The Eagle, if you notice as well before the map closed down, Eagle 365 is being blessed by the circle, and their positioning is absolutely phenomenal as well, as they are not on top of any mountains, but they are on top of a mountain which is surrounded with a bunch of rock covers as well. Really difficult to climb, really difficult to scale as well. It's pretty much an impenetrable fortress here if you decided to climb up the mountain by foot as well. But either way, attack all around. They all have the same site on top of the hill. Sharper Esports, they're going to be a little bit careful as well. They are playing 2x2 as well, so they're going to be able to cover more ground here. But here comes Game Home, finding inside, going down for the knock as well, coming for the surprise on the back line. But he is a little bit alone. He has to be a little bit careful as well, as he is one of the 2 members alive remaining for the team.
Ikamukao is coming in, trying to provide backup for his buddy. It's going to be a 2 versus 1. Godway is isolated. His buddy is not there. They're going to just rush him. Ronan gets the shot, blows his helmet off, and even takes the kill. Now, Disgusting realizes that his buddy has been eliminated. Will have to try and take this all alone, but it's going to be a 1 versus 5. The resurrection is going to come true. Fragrant is getting tossed out. Disgusting is out of there. But look at who is following him. We're looking at some Fast and Furious stuff right here. It's going to be between Disgusting and Ikamukao, but Ikamukao, he does have that information, and he does not need to chase. Disgusting, he might be let off the hook this time, but he's gonna be punished if Fury decides to go for the pursuit.
And speaking of pursuers, Archangel Predator, they are being gunned down from all angles. They're trying to find a safe zone just for themselves here. But E365, there is trying to go for the gun down, while the rest of the team is just slowly converging into the zone, still playing around the edge. And it looks like Buriram once again taking their time with this to see if they can go for a couple of pot shots. Killer, once again, one of the few managed to go for the knock here, but it's on 777 here, or Textile 777 here. Not having the fun time of his life as he slowly pushed into the circle. Day Trade, your favorite team, by the way, Husky, will barely see Eddie go away in time. Thankfully, too.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that Killer hit the jackpot. And speaking about that, Connexi now will also find himself getting a bit more active as Buriram United. They need to get into the safe zone, attack all around. As all around them, frag grenade gets thrown out, almost hits onto Godmeow, and it seems like Godmeow now will have an inkling of where that opponent is, and this is going to be a bit messy. Burn United just got into the circle, and the kill feed is going to be lit up, but we're looking at Gems. He challenging the members of Buriram United, not getting those shots in, and we are probably going to be looking at a very messy fight because Circle is not favoring any of these teams at all, and Connexi with the tracking takes out Jam. He bolts right out, gets the knockdown. Now he needs to reposition himself as Janku also goes for the challenge, but the members of AAA, they are losing these trades.
They're also going to be careful as well because Sharper Esports is also not too far behind. But they're not going to be greedy for the points here. They're going to be prioritizing trying to get into the zone. However, Buriram trying to see if they can seal the deal here to wipe out the squad. Monty on the other side was able to go to find a beautiful spray on Disgusting, and game home. Hadong will be the first team out of the 16 team to be eliminated here in this first map of a Wrangle. Sharper Esports was able to rotate themselves down towards this sort of base of the hill with a ditch, trying to surround themselves with their vehicle for a form of cover, but they need to take this fight with Victim Rise because not only do they have a better cover, they also have the vantage point, but looks like Zigzag has something to say about it to Victim Rise, or especially to Mon in this case.
Yeah, Victim Rise getting pincered not just by one team, but by 3 teams as the Expendables on 777 also coming in with a bit of his shots. Flash is driving right through as Day Trade Gaming wants to join this party uninvited as a AAA attack all around. They are also coming in as well. Please, wait, they step on the brakes in front of Monty. You just don't do that. Monty knows the traded back, but Nautica is there to get the refrag as Nautica fights too. Now he's gonna have to start securing those points for himself. He's the last man alive, and then Nautica fights everyone. He fights everyone from the Expendables, and he gets himself 3 kills. TB is out.
Woo! Team Blaze gone for the mix as well. What a spray now, what a beautiful control. This dish is pretty much hellhole, smokes all around, but Boom was able to drop the bomb here and it's exploding. Beneltica chances of trying to gain even more placement point inside this very first map. Now more action. We see team number 1 converging in this death pit here to see if he can find anyone to go for the pick-off. And he is not mistaken. His senses are there. He spotted one behind the car, go for the spray as well, goes for the knock too. He wants to try to secure the kill, but he falls back a little bit to try to get some insight, but he's going to be able to finish off Simon T. Sapo on the other side, and all that's left is our dear friend G-Breed here to see if he can turn things around for the team.
Yep, and we have seen Dr. Logi before, and he's one of the guys that you can rely, but in this position, things are going to get pretty complicated. BN United down to just one lone member. Sapao now has his sight set on the Expendables on the other side of this terrain, but that smoke grenade is gonna obscure his line of sight, at least for now. As we turn our attention to team number 1 yet again, Fury Australia, they have just parked themselves outside of the shooting range.
Ooh, next circle coming in is still faring beautiful. The new team number 1 here alongside with Team TC and Team AAA. While BM United, well, last man standing. Dr. Lodge, you gotta bring out his prescriptions and really pull in all the meds here to heal himself and try to sustain this conflict here. But on the other side, set go 12, but Connexi, woo! Finding Victim Rise. Looks like he was able to return the favor for the knock as he got the high ground. Gets a little tag, gotta go for the heal as well for the reset. Jibri was able to find Mon. Like you said, they were being pincered from all angles, and now they're paying the price for revealing the location a little bit too early as well. But anyway, Magic Esport, woo! Still surviving, still going strong. Managed to go for the knock as well on Buriram, if I'm not mistaken, right? Nordram.
Yeah, unfortunately for TDO, Ikamukao spots the helmet of team number 1, and YM Cut. He is in danger. Forced out of that shack, and he's gonna be brought right down to his knees. Dikamukao, just perfect shots, and you cannot. I cannot stress this enough. He is just so sharp with those bullets that you show your that one pixel of your body, he's gonna hit that. So Fury continuing that onslaught. Burn United. Here he goes straight into the face of Magic Esports, and that's just a brutal spray down as Magic Esports gonna lose Neotica. Cows coming out with the drive-by, but not getting through. He fights Carmel and Noadra before he goes down. Konaxi finally traces him back, but a 2-for-1 offer. I would take it any day. And here comes the name. It's gonna be Chess King MG. They steal everything away.
Oh my god! That was so cheating, but hey, he's Cheat King, man. He's just being really cheeky about those nades, man. Just to kill steals all of those kills. But that is a lot of free kills that was able to pick up, and of course the damage was being done by Sharper Esports. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the kill for it. It got stolen for it too. But you know what? This is the first game. And also the first day of this 3 weeks. So a lot more kills and scores to rack up later on. Success with a beautiful Kobe to finish off Alex here as the colony will be finished off here in the team and released. The other side of Magic Esports clearing out the death pit. Oh my god. I'm just seeing, Husky, honestly, I'm just seeing burning vehicles and bodies all over the fields here.
And this is what the spirit of PUBG is all about. It's about chaos, about pandemonium. Mamonji finds the Tong K, and Genfrost finally finds Shibrit as he sees his body under that vehicle. So Victim Rise still hanging on with that one lone member as Mad Dog surrenders himself towards the blue zone. The Predators are out. AAP out in 10th place as the conflict in that death pit that you mentioned early on is gonna boil down to Sharper Esports taking on Magic Esports. It's gonna be an unfair fight as Magic Esports are only down to 2 members and getting shot by number 1 from very far away as Sharper Esports. They might think of rotating because all the vehicles are pretty much busted for MG. Maybe they have that UAZ, but going out into the open right now is a death sentence. As now, X Stadium 2, they are gonna crash in, and it's right in front of Sharper Esports with a full squad, and they can proc themselves right in the middle, and I'm not sure if that's a good idea, but Subpow finds Leon and Magic Esports. They're down to just Chess King, the guy who stole 3 kills away just now. Now, Karma has answered back.
You know, I love it. The minute Cheeky heard the crash, he started throwing nades after nades. But looks like J Ken is gonna eat one by himself, and it's gonna be unfortunate to be knocked down as well on the other side. And X Stadium, Jets Lee slowly pushing forward, trying to go for the round, but gets knocked down instead by Tino and Belmo on the other side as well. X Stadium, not in a literally stuck in the between the hard place and the hard rock here. Members are falling down like flies. Belmont trying to be the behemoth and he's trying to mow people down. Cheek is gonna secure the 5th kill for the team here. A lot of chaos, but he doesn't care. All these kill points is for him and his team only. Try to pick up his team as quickly as possible as well.
Yeah. Magic Esports, they have 9 kills, 5 of them coming from Cheese King. And this is why you don't proc yourself in front of 2 conflicts. You do not be the 3rd person next stadium. Paying the price. Gonna come from behind. It's gonna secure Cheese King. And now, just through the smoke, goes for the hip fire, and Magic Esports will have their tricks exposed and stopped. 7 more teams remaining in match number 1 as now X Stadium, at least they live on, but they're now the one taking on Magic Esports' position and surrounded like a poor cattle in an arena by Sharper Esports.
I'm not sure about cattles, man, but yeah, sure. Cattles for the slaughter for some of these members here. So many death boxes, Jesus. Like, the thing is, the last time I thought I saw this was during PCS3 on the map of Marama, but this is absolutely, this takes it into a whole new level. The amount of smokes, the amount of utilities, the amount of death pits, man, Jesus.
I mean, what did I say, you know? We are upping the game for PCS4.
I know, but we're also upping the game for the funeral parlor too. How many grades he has to make? I mean, thankfully enough, he doesn't have to look for a new plot of land. You just literally put a tombstone for everyone here on the very same spot of where they died.
I guess X Stadium, even though they got punished heavily, Sharper Esports, they're gonna move away, and Genforce, he's not happy with that. He's gonna start shooting at Sharper Esports, and I'm sure if that's the best idea, but they know where he is, and look at all the trajectory. He's not going to survive that. A Sharper Esports just comes back for the cleanup and they will move on with their full squad available. But the circle is gonna favor number 1, BN United, and of course Fury, who have all their 4 members within that vicinity.
Ooh, by the way, Flood coming in. He came into Fury during PCS3, replacing Juxi here, and of course Flood being the better player. But woo, Sapao! The M14 was able to have his full insights here as he picks him off and knocks him down. But definitely not going to be in the team. Flood, of course, being the better player here for the team, trying to lead up here as he try to go for the pickup. And look at that, the chances for winner chicken dinner falls into the hands of Fury here with the highest percentage here of 39. Absolutely insane, and they're not wrong though. They're not wrong. They have a good position.
But you gotta understand, like they have the better position, but Fury, unfortunately, they are not controlling a big part of that map. In fact, they have 4 members in that circle, but look at where they are. They're only taking control of that right side, of that eastern side of the circle, and they're being held down by, I believe, BN United. So in the grand scheme of things, they actually don't have that much control. This is still a free-for-all. As you can see, Eagle365, they're about to make their first movement, and they're gonna push right into Fury Esports.
Anyway, here comes a beautiful push coming in. Molly, they spot the car. They know how many members are so slowly pushing forward. But thankfully, with the base of the hill, they don't have to worry too much about the names. But here comes the first knock coming from the side here. We see Waikika Muka coming from the side. Was able to find him. Spray down 2 members instantly of Buri Ram is knocked down. Sorry, not Buri Ram, sorry. Eagle365 are knocked down and dead for the count here. Now the rest of the members is trying to recollect. Actually, not the rest of the members, more like the only member is trying to see if he can stay alive as long as possible, try to get another points, try to get more kill points, or maybe some placement points. And once again, X Stadium and the rest of the members who's currently in the middle just had to throw whatever utility they have to try to force them out so they can push forward because the zone is coming. And looks like X Stadium, he chooses not to die but the bullet, but die to the zone. At least this way the kill point would not be given away.
Yep, X Stadium up in 6th place as Flood continues to tag, and he sees the shoulder of those number 1 members. Eagle365 getting punished with the earlier push. He might be able to find Sapao, and that is a free kill, but he will be punished as someone was hiding in that tunnel. Surprise, surprise! Eagle365 gets eliminated by that ambush. Flood now knows the information of where they are, but we're down to the last 2 teams. It's gonna be just like the poll predicted. Fury taking on Sharper Esports. It's a 4 versus 4. We're gonna have a blast in this final zone.
Oh man, and now I'm a little bit concerned, right? Because now the rest of the members of Fury, because they're looking at the zone as well and the final placement, they are gonna be forced down this hill and they have to make a choice. But Ronan ensuring his shots are landing, making so big impact, allowing his team to literally descend down the hill with such ease as well, without much of a resistance. Was able to go for the flight, and here comes the utility. The names will not be able to connect, but Waikika Muka says, I'm still going in. I won this kill. Molly comes in, but thankfully Valmo is on top of the bin. But he doesn't know that. Waikika Muka gotta be a little bit careful. Gonna be checking out the shack. No one falling out of the shack yet, so he still has to be on concern of the side here. But he's gonna be able to be pushed in by 2 members here, and that's gonna be the end of the line here for one of the members here for Sharper Esports.
And Belmov is holding a very crucial angle. I'm not sure if Yikamuka knows that. It's gonna turn around. Turn the corner, no. Yikamuka goes for the spray. And yes, he has found out Belmov is there, but Belmov still dies. How is that possible? Sharper Esports down to 1 last guy, Maxonus. He's gotta try and clutch this against Fury. And it's all for the marbles. 1 versus 3. His teammates are definitely down. Yikamuka is gonna cut off Belmov. Tinoy also loses his life. And it's all down to Maxonus. And he does have that SLR. But does he have what it takes to take on the rest of Fury? And when we look at Oceania as a region, they were never regarded as the best, but this could be an opening statement for PCS4, as the remaining 3 survivors, they're just gonna let the blue zone do its work. Maxonus does not have much to work with. When the smoke dissipates, we're gonna see a very, very lopsided fight.
He's gotta make sure every bullet counts and every bullet connects as well. He's only open, no vehicle either, out of utilities too. He noticed that was an enemy smoked as well. He's gotta be concerned from every angle as he push in. He's gonna be throwing his own personal utility to try to flush them out, or at least gives him some form of cover, allows him to do the smoke trail to get into slightly closer towards them, or at least towards the center part of the zone. He's trying to make his move. He has the plans. Waikika Muka already gave the call out to his team. And Flood, he
Oh,
is
here comes the
literally
nade.
flooding the area with nades. The nade is not going to be able to connect, but the molly is still coming in, trying to secure one side, so at least this way he can focus on the other one. Waiting for the
Yeah,
time, finding his time. He's waiting at the base of the hill too. Let's see how this game goes for our dear friend Max Sonus.
And those utilities are making life hard. He's running out of smoke. He's gonna peek out. Flood sees his shoulder. Where's the spray down? Flood is gonna get shot. McSonus streaks back, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Fury coming in hot, and that is game 1 going over to Fury.
Wow, absolutely insane. I'm just gonna say this first. I'm literally gonna say it right now. Okay. Let's be honest, right? They couldn't ask for a more better start. I couldn't ask for more fantastic better start here, mainly because of the fact that everyone knows the history for Fury, they always had the slowest start, the hardest starts always. They always had to turn the games around towards the last week of the tournament to make that comeback. And if you guys recall, during PCS1, they got second place, but they actually tied with first place here. But because of the less in the number of kills, they couldn't get that top spot. But for at least this time in PCS4, 7 months has passed, and looks like their work has cut out so well for them here, and they are absolutely stomping this first game, winner, chicken dinner. Honestly, let's be honest. I was a little bit concerned because of the hill they had to have some position, right? They had no choice but to force themselves down the hill because of the zone. But Ronan, with that one tag, that one drop, already forced them back to go focus on the pickup here. Gave them time to move down. Absolutely insane. But let's be honest, Flood but seriously, that first map itself was so action-packed. Right? I'm really so hyped, right? We have a great intro music. We have a great outro as well. We have great graphics. Thank you guys so much to the production here. But of course, play of the match, the MVP will be Kikamukao here with, of course, 4 kills and 40% kill proportion here. 583 damage. That's insane. That's significant here.
Yeah, I mean,
he almost down 5 people in this case.
You know, even on the get-go, right, Kikamukao has been you could say, the face of match 1. You know, he has landed those crucial shots. You're looking at a kill proportion of 40%. I don't think the numbers do justice, you know, because he has done way more than that. The statistics, though, is enough to justify him being the MVP. But if you look at the leaderboard in terms of the top 5 kills so far, it's going to be, of course, Cheers King with 5 kills, Kikamukao with 4. We're looking at Ronan with 3, Insight with 3, Fury, them dominating that leaderboard with 3 of the members already in this top 5 kills. But Fury not, you know, this is just match number 1, and I believe the one in 3rd place is from Sharper Esports with also 4 kills. Was it? I think it was 6x. I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but hopefully I am not wrong. But the point is, Fury off to an amazing start. That itself has landed on 10 kills. You know, 4 plus 2 plus 3. My math is still correct. But nonetheless, it is still match number 1. That leaderboard can change anytime soon. And if anyone is asking why is that important, it's not just for bragging rights. The player with the most kills is going to walk away with some extra cash as well. So you gotta go for those hits. You gotta go for those frags.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of achievements already been prepared here for the players as well. And the crazy thing about it is, like, now the teams here, that's why I thought it was really amazing, right? So thank you so much to PUBG Corp. Seriously, thank you guys so much for giving all this amazing talent this opportunity to not only to try to earn the bragging rights or earn the championship title for PCS4, but also earn a little something for the side for themselves. You know, come on, people, we all need grocery monies. Everyone needs grocery monies to go to grocery shopping to buy for themselves here. By the way, this is your current leaderboard here for everyone else, and of course the leaderboard, like Husky said as well, it will constantly change throughout each and every one of the match here. It doesn't matter what map it is on. Of course, we're only going to be having 2 maps, Erangel and Miramar, but it's all accumulated points until the last day here, which is the 36th match here. And honestly, I think at this point here we will only be able to see who is our real champion on that 34th map here, because at least that case we sort of have a rundown of the accumulated points of how far and who is at least the closest to be taking the championship title for this PCS4 here. But for now, Fury taking the top spot. They're going to be really happy about it, but let's see how long they're going to be able to maintain this for the next, literally, and I mean the next 35 matches.
Yeah, and you gotta remember, right? Because we are looking at a new format. There's no placement point, so we are only just looking at that juicy drumstick. The winner chicken dinner is not about, hey, let me try and squeeze in second place. It does not exist. It's either chicken or you eat the bones and the scraps. So in this case, Fury starting off with a chicken dinner and 10 kills, a very, very decent start for them, obviously. And 5 more matches for this day to go. But like I said towards the end, absolutely amazing statement from the Oceania region. It's something that we've been wanting to see, we can't get enough of. But this is going to satisfy our appetite for at least a while.
No. I'm not satisfied, because now, after seeing all that actions, right, I'm hungry. We're all hungry. I want to see more carnage, that kind of thing. And let's be honest, I don't think any of the teams in that situation expected that amount of carnage at that point. Like maybe they sort of simulated in the possibility of the fact that okay, we're gonna be clashing with some teams here. What they didn't expect was like a grenade fest of mollies, utilities throwing all across the board here. They thought they were safe with their smokes, but other than that, they just hear a couple of dings dropping down their legs. They'd be like, "Hey guys, I believe that was a nade. I think we're dead."
Yeah, you know, we were expecting a Mexican standoff to start off match 1, but what we got was Battlefield, you know, Battlefield, or I don't know, Warzone.
World War 3.
It's like
World War 3.
World War 3 with
Nade
64
warfare.
people. It is. You make it sound like a fair trade, you know. Like if we have World War 3 and we only have 64 guys fighting, yeah, you know, I can live with that.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Do you know how much lives we're gonna be able to save if we just only depended on 64? Like we just only had to go like
there's 64 chats, you know. There's 64 chats. Now you make it sound like the Olympics. We are sidetracking too much, but it's a good idea. It's a good idea to sleep on. You know, we'll probably dream of it tonight. We can settle a lot of pending world issues with 64 representatives just duking it out with paintball guns or whatnot. But
paintball, yes,
yes. Why have we not thought of that? We just solved the hardest of issues.
Yeah.
All right.
Paintballs,
so
man. Paintballs blows up vehicles. Like, apparently, wow.
Yeah, I mean a lot of people behind the screen right now. I know from even from PUBG Corp, they're gonna be like, what the heck are these guys talking about? We're sidetracking a bit, but just to close out match number 1, Fury, just amazing game number 1, and the teams that we expect a bit more to show up, just based on those previous results from seasons back then. It was a slow start for them. We didn't see much of Burm United. We didn't see much of Day Trade. In fact, the end game that we saw was between 2 teams that I think the crowd has successfully predicted. You know, Sharper Esports and Fury, 2 names that you probably won't consider them in top 5, not at the start of PCS4.
You see my eyes, you see the eyebrows like just like popping out. I was like, didn't expect. I'm like, hey, I mean, like if you say like guarantee, then I say okay, maybe I'll let him off with that. Like
you have to be fair.
Not there. I'm like, yo,
are you jumping ship? We have what? 70,
I'm staring at you, bro.
No,
that's
I don't
not
see
right.
But
come on, Fury. Let's be honest, they've been fighting their hardest. Like if everyone knew the history, even the fans as well, they all knew that how much of a tough road that Fury had to climb and go through here. Although yes, last PCS 3, they was able to secure the 4th place for themselves here. But this is a fantastic start. Like if you let's be honest, like even if you go through back with their previous gameplays, the replays of the past PCS, they never had such a fantastic start. They only started like getting the chicken dinners, they started having all these ranking up the points towards the midway of this tournament itself. It's never on the first week or the first day. They always have the roughest of start, like really roughest, the most unluckiest of either positioning or the zone was never in favor. This time in particular, and like if we had to compare with Sharper Esports in that first map itself, Sharper Esports went through blood and hell to get to that last zone.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
Fury, yes, they had a couple of tags, but they were playing nice and easy. They started sniping, they started going for the pickoff, making full use of their M14s with those range and their spammable rifles here to do the damage and pull it through. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to the second map here, and it's gonna be on the map of Marama. As you can see, the fly path as well, slowly descending towards the southeast side here, or at least the northeast side, depending on how you want to see it here. And I think it's pretty a nice fly path, a decent one at least.
This is gonna be a slightly, different start, I would say. And depending on where the safe zone will form, Archangel Predator is dropping in the same vicinity as BN United, but Archangel Predator, they are known as a team to be aggressive, as the name suggests. They are the Predators after all. Maybe in this situation, they might be looking for some trace if they find it. Ajimbot is a bit far away from the rest of the team, but BN United, it seems like they have no interest in taking on the Filipino squad.
Wow. Okay. So. Okay,
Wow. All right.
I was like, I'm like gulping. I'm like swallowing my saliva, right? I'm just like gulping. I was supposed to say something, right? I saw the position before the circle came in. I saw everyone's position, and it said like, oh, okay, this time everyone is gonna be placing themselves towards the south side of the map, especially from the flight path, and not going to anywhere towards the north, especially after witnessing from the last map. Now this one, out of the blue, for some reason, the goddess of the circle just decided, like, hey, let's just put it all to the south this time. And it's benefiting so many teams here. God. Oh, my Lord.
In the beginning, I would say yes, but just like game one on Irango, the longer we move on, the tougher it's going to be. Especially when you look at where the circle is covered, right? We have that, especially the most southern part of the map. We have islands. We have very small patches of land for, I would say, fit for realistically 2 to 3 teams. And even then, it might sound too much. I would say, for PCS4 so far, even though it's only 2 matches in, but it felt like the safe zone has already decided to just go straight for the end game. They're giving teams all these tough circles, and just right out the gates, forcing these teams to really make those crucial decisions that would impact whether they survive until the end or they just get eliminated from the get-go.
Exactly, and then the crazy part about it as well too is that Marama is the kind of map where you, this time instead of like Irango where you want to play around the edge, Marama you have to get to the center. You want to be exactly as close to the central part of the circle as much as possible, because you want to get the vantage point. You want to find a ditch. You want to find a good cover, good elevation. At least that way you can slowly pick up people with your rifles, with your scopes here. But in this case, with the circles as you predicted, as we have seen, it's so difficult for this, like you said, it's so difficult for this team to decide on how they want to move around, because there's a lot of cliffs. There's a lot of death valleys. They can position themselves on the high on one of those cliffs, but if those circle decides to go towards Los Higos, towards the islands, right? Then whoever's on top of the mountain have no choice but to descend. And let's be honest, it's a nightmare to descend those really high mountains. They are not called death valleys for a reason here. But it looks like Victim Rise is going to be crashing to one of the buildings, and Rain, got to be a little bit careful there, my friend.
Oh, Team Bliss, they had a pretty decent round 1, but unfortunately, Victim Rise survived a bit longer than them. Now we're looking at Victim Rise, make it initiative with Gen Force, a frag and a molly on top of the roof, just in case. But that is going to give a bit of indication to Rain regarding Victim Rise whereabouts, but that nade doesn't really connect as the trajectory was seen. So Rain, he has to reposition himself. The question is right now, Team Bliss, can they get there in time? It seems like Rain is pretty much isolated. The roar of the motorcycle crashes in. Rain looking for the initial pickup. Misses those shots. And this is going to be really bad because the rest of Victim Rise to be alerted. This might be first blood right around the corner. Gen Force draws that. And Team Bliss not blessed at all.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be it's going to be all rain. It's not going to be rainbow and sunshine for our dear Rain here, as it's going to be cloudy for all of his time during his session here in this second map here. And by the way, if anyone is curious or noticed as well, Team Blaze is actually, majority of the members are actually from Team Ferox. Every single one of them actually. Except for Sweet Soul. Sweet Soul is no longer in this team right now. It's being replaced by Textile or T-Stroy as they slowly join up in the lineup. So Rain, unfortunately, one of the few entry fraggers for the team here for Team Bliss, is currently not only out position but also outgunned in that time. So he's going to be the first to fall. But for the rest of the team, first blood has already been drawn, and of course, the blood is in the water, and the sharks are on their way.
Just a curious question. When we look
Oh, yeah,
at
sure.
the two initial maps that has ever been conceptualized and constructed to perfection, Irango and Mirama, which map is more to your taste? Now, which one is your cup of tea?
Erangel, hands down, always. I'm the kind of guy who likes to just go for pick also, play around the edge of the circle here. At least I know. At least the thing is, I feel more comfortable knowing that where I came from is clear, that kind of thing. If you're playing on the map of Miramar, everyone is always focused on getting towards the center of the circle or finding some ditch or high elevation points. But the thing is, when you're rushing in, you sort of just forego everything that's behind you. And now you have no security of whether you behind you is clear or not. Now you're surrounded from all angles. And let's be honest, my sniping skills, probably less than average or mediocre. So
I definitely. I definitely can agree. I'm not the best of snipers, and in fact, I would not want to touch one at all. I would pass it on to my teammates. But I think we have an interesting dynamic just right here because I prefer Mirama over Irango, and the reason is what you dislike about Irango. What you dislike about Mirama, excuse me. All these open grounds just gives more opportunities for creative warfare. If you're looking at team number one taking on an attack all around, YM cut, getting shot at with his teammate, Gold 12 as well, getting damaged by attack all around. I think at Triple A, as the name suggests, it's a definitely a team with high caliber, but number one, they will be safe for now, and I think it is time for number one to at least reposition themselves. At least for attack all around, they have a compound to work with, but for the team number one, they are pretty out in the open.
Yeah, it's also going to be taking a few minutes for them to try to figure out where they want to be from. As attack all around coming in from Thailand. But most importantly, if everyone also noticed, this is actually their first debut here in the PCS. This is their first time coming into the league, and they're feeling it's a big honor for them, a big opportunity for them in their career, an opportunity to see where they stand in the global scene here, or at least in the Asia Pacific in particular here. But team number one, woo, try to go for the gun down. Also, the team name is new, but the members are not. All of them are all existing members here in the PCS. That's the thing, right? So I'm so skeptical of the fact that I want to say it's a new team, but like the members are not new at all. They have all experience in the PCS.
It's like how people like to say, "Oh, new number, who this?" But it's actually the same guy with a new phone number. That's basically a lot of teams that we are looking at right now. Attack all around, they do have one of their members knocked, but thankfully knocked but not out. DB down but not out. He will be resuscitated very shortly. Fury, the team that got that first chicken dinner of the game, of the PCS, I would say. The very first chicken dinner. We are looking at some stats as well. Headshot damage, top 3. We have Insight from Fury, we have Tong K from Magic Esports, and we also have Ronan from Fury. And in fact, the spotlight is immediately centralized on Fury because of their performance, their breakout performance of that first match. Got ace, getting himself a knockdown onto Sharper Esports as well from the get-go. And they are in a pretty open area, but you can see Dr. Logi will come in for the secure, and 6 stacks will be sacked from this game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure. Dr. Logi already giving his prescription to 6 sacks here and pronounce him dead in this round. For sure, that's another kill point for the team, the good doctor for himself as they hold down the roads. But you see, okay, so this is technically, okay, it's not really Death Valley. This is not the exact one, but it's somewhat similar. Where the cliffs are a little bit more. That's pretty much what you see. You rarely, like, if you notice right now on the minimap, right? Not many teams are positioning themselves towards those really top of those hills, top of those mountains just yet, because they want to know where exactly the circle is. But look at the circle right now. This next phase, they instantly know, all right, I can put myself on top of these mountains, because even if the circle were to move slightly away from me, I wouldn't be putting myself in the spot where as I'm descending down the cliff, I wouldn't be in that death zone, those kill zone, those death pits like from last map on the map of Erangel here. Right now, sound of the way Buriram slowly pushing forward, but decides to turn it around. The minute he hears the gunshot, he's just like, nope, I'm alone, back off.
Props to
Solid.
observers, man. Our observers are capturing those amazing shots. Not just people dying, but also we get a lot of good scenic views. We get that trees that 180 drift from Buriram United. I was just about to ask the questions whether the circle would dip down to Los Higos, but I guess the answer is no. We are in phase 2. The circle decides to move away entirely from that island of Los Higos. Now passing by Fury is going to be, I believe, BRU, and Ronan gets a bit of a shots in, but Fury, the how they played match 1 is a bit faster than what we are used to, but in a very good manner, right? They are taking control, they're playing it to their advantage, and obviously this time they are in a circle from the get-go, so they are in a more comfortable spot. But looking at the sibling rivalry, Archangel Predator taking out the Colony and AAP, they have that advantage, and the Colony now to swarm this neighborhood and form a new hive, you gotta move up the cliff.
Oh man, come on guys, you're supposed to be working together. Save yourselves with the last one, not kill each other off here. I mean, that's like one of the, you know that's the thing, right? Sometimes, like how some teams, they like to tell each other, like sometimes the benefit of having like another team from the same region as you is that the fact that you might potentially be able to cooperate here. But no, everyone's here all about esports spirits here, and as Inside is already outputting all the damage he can go for as he sprays on AAA here for the team. But team number 1 just trying to see if he can go for a couple of frags, and Nade is gonna connect so well into the shack. Janku never saw it coming, and let's be honest, Zed Goo cooked that goose so well.
Yeah, and if you watch basketball, that is the perfect usage of the board. In that case, perfect usage of that doorway. What a great, rebound, of the doorway as AAA. They're gonna lose that secondary member. Kobe be watching. Black Mamba. No, let's not qualify for Black Mamba. Come on, you can't set the standards too low. But it's a start. It is a start. It is a start to greater things. Magic Esports, they do see, I believe, Sharper Esports moving up the mountain, but I don't think they are interested in taking this fight. Not based off of match number 1 where they were interrupted and the interrupter took them out instead.
It's really difficult to scale the mountains, such as mountains like this, especially when there's a team already positioned on top of it as well. Especially, although yes, with vehicles it will make things relatively easier, but it just exposes you so easily because of how loud it is as well. They have no choice but to go on feet. But that's why you see some of the teams, like just now we saw Victim Rise, they just decided to just hold back a bit because they're just so cautious of the fact that the game is still ongoing. It's still early into the round, and we're slowly transitioning towards the middle stage of the game here, and there's still so many teams still alive. I do not want to risk it. Although yes, there is no placement points, but that doesn't mean any of this team wants to be gunned out and shot down early. But Fury making full use of the vantage point that they have, and same goes for Victim Rise here. They know they may not be on top of the mountain, but should the circle slowly push towards them, they know that zone is going to push many teams down that mountain. And that's going to be right into the clutches of Victim Rise. They go for the spray down. Gen Force saying hi.
I like the interaction. They are just both staring at each other. I'm not sure if our friendly sniper on top of the mountain was looking at Gen Frost, but it definitely seems like it, right? They both were staring into their scope, and Gen Frost pulled the trigger. No hesitation right there. As Gems, look at the
sending Morse code.
It's Morse code, so that is like get away from the mountain. I don't know how Morse code works, but I assume that's how it works. As that meal will have to be resurrected. Then the push might come in. Belmoth, the frag, and he's gonna be tagged as well. The sharp nose does take away just 14 HP. Tim Bliss coming through, and Tim Bliss early on they did lose Rain. But this time, it seems like they want to take the fight straight to Sharper Esports. But Maxonus, he has repositioned himself to get a bit of vantage point. And Tino will be there to be a bit of distraction. See if he can take on Tim Bliss.
Kigamuka was able to draw first spot here on side number 1. But sadly, the kill is going to be stolen away by J-Can from X Stadium. Woo, Wakikamuga. I'm pretty sure he's just like, like just rubbing his forehead. He's just like, wait a minute, why you steal my kill, man? I work hard for that shot, and he got it, man.
Yeah, this is it's all about the kills, Other than the chicken dinner, it's about the kills. And number one not having a good time, and it's gonna get worse. As Gems finds the third, they're trying to trade right back. Gold 12 is also dead, so it's gonna be between Gems and YM Cuts. I think the fourth member of number one is still not there. Fury now making a beeline up the mountains with Buriram United right in front of them. And I think Fury knows that, you don't want to just instantly drive up a hill because it's hard to stop, to hit the brakes when you get fired upon. And even if you do, you might end up being blown up with your vehicle, or you might just disembark from the truck and get shot instead. So Fury, they are going to park themselves mid-hill and try to climb up. Gems finds YM Kurt as well. This guy is a one-man army, and he lands himself the third kill for his team.
I mean, he's definitely gem for his team here, and now trying to see if he can go for another pickup on the other side. The zone, like I said before, if the zone slowly persists towards the east side here, that's gonna be for the zone. If the circle persists towards the east side here, the zone is gonna be pushing a lot of people out of the top of the hill, forcing them to descend down into the clutches of the Lions, and they are picking up members one by one. And game home, you gotta give them a little bit of respect for that. They are scaling the mountain from the hardest of impact. But Fury, this time they are facing the full fury of the opponent team as they are raining nades and utility on top of them. Buriram is not giving them even an inch of an opportunity to scale this cliff, this mountain with ease at all. And on the other side, looks like Ron is gonna be able to greet game home Hadong with a hail of bullets if they're not careful about it. I think Chloe spotted them out and slowly moving towards the left side to at least ensure that Buriram is not pushing them from the top here.
And Buriram, it seems like they are already starting to make a move, and meanwhile, Team Bliss finds Sapao in the shack.
Oh no!
And that is going to be his grave. Sapao will, in Malaysian terms, we say get tapao as a team number one. It is not going to be number one in this case. Team number 16, in fact. The first team to be eliminated now is a three-way gridlock between Game Home Hadong, Buriram United, and Fury.
Hey, come on, man. So Paul, man, I don't blame him if he has nightmares after this round, because of the fact that he was inside that shack and he got rammed. Like there was a Darcia in his entrance. There was a bike at the back. There's another UAV at the left. I don't know how anyone's gonna get out of that situation. But right now, looks like Team Bliss is gonna be punished hard from Eagle 365. As now as this time it's Delta to be stuck at the shack, and they get going to crash into it as well. Jimmy with a beautiful nade on top of Monty as they go for the trade, they go for the flank towards the sideline. But looks like 6 Rain is not giving up this fight so easily. But looks like Henzi is gonna put all the hands on deck to seal the deal for the team. But X Stadium has the high ground advantage. Got a couple of tags, but no knock just yet. Jakin, however, was able to cut the shot on Jeeprit, but Hansi slowly scaling up the mountain to go for the flank from the left side here to save some of his members, to buy some time, or at least be a distraction for the team to get themselves to be picked up again.
Yeah, Hansi just doing God's work right now. He cannot go down, and he knows that. And X Stadium, they're also doing the same. Jakin throwing out those smoke grenades to block off that line of sight so they can get Garcon back up. Archangel Predator, they are in a pretty decent position. They are on the high ground, so vantage point is in their favor. On the other side, we have the Colony, the sister team that we've talked about all this while. They are not going to engage in each other. It seems like they have called the sibling truce, which we do know does not last long. But you can see the dense populated area of that eastern side of the map. This next phase number 5, is going to bring the circle towards the western side with the highway in between. It's going to make things a bit more complicated for a lot of these teams, actually. As the attack all around, they are going to be eliminated as Gems will finally perish to that safe zone.
But it looks like the two Philippine teams was able to position themselves very well and very comfortably as well in their respective settlements here. On the other side, Hansi was able to go for the knock on Garcon from X Stadium as well, and he is absolutely favoring this drop. But more teams are going to be converging to go for the kills and see whether they can go for the pickup here. Game Looks like 3007 was able to go for a respective knock for the revenge. Nades are slowly rolling down the hill, and it looks like Game On Hadong, two of the members who worked so hard to scale up, now has no choice but to scale and run back down because the nades are not stopping as they constantly roll it down.
Oh, they've infiltrated the area of Buriram United. I'm not sure if BRU knows this though. They have sneaked in like sneaky little rats. Now Game Hong has a chance to blow the neighborhood of BRU right out the waters. It's Eagle 365 gonna park themselves in this open ground as this very slow gridlock between these three teams on the top of the hill is gonna continue extending. But it seems like Fury, they are gonna make a detour. They will run. They are gonna start running westwards because they need to get into the safe zone. So this is gonna put them out in the open, and they're running straight into Game Hong Hadong. So Cloris will get a couple of shots, but no knockdown just yet, as Fury was able to continuously provide cover fire for each other. And here comes the nade, not gonna land to Cloris. Cloris forced to back off, and Insight, he's gonna have to watch his back as well because BRU, they are swarming in.
Everyone is just trying to get some ground for themselves. Flood, no! One of the main anchors of the team cannot afford to fall here or any point of the map at this time. But anyway, a couple of clashes is gonna be happening for the side of BN United.
Fury got position.
Get a bit of a kill on Sharper Esports on the other side. But looks like Sharper Esports will be eliminated as way as Simon T will have the final say here, as Sharper Esports will not be able to get more higher in the rankings. However, damage has been done. Trades are happening. Nades are being thrown and almost connecting as well. It looks like Game Hadong was able to find Ronan and put him down to the ground for good. EA80 was trying to go for the trade. Waiki Gamuka on the other side as well. Tears are happening all across the board. Waiki Gamuka is trying to decide, do I want to focus on the left or the right? They're all constantly going back and forth. But looks like the colony on the other side was able to get a beautiful upper hand. And Fury will be eliminated from their second map as the 11th team.
Yeah, they have to drop on the BRU, but just a Game of Hadong making life so difficult for Fury. The nade from Yotika straight onto Man as Magic Esports running BRU, and this is just a shower of explosions. And he kills himself with his own frag as BRU in total shambles. Leon's kill finds one on Genfrost as Day Trade also puts some kills on the board. Magic Esports coming through as Leon's kill will be able to secure some kills for themselves. We're gonna be back off as Victim Rise. They are down to just C1. Boy, things are looking pretty tough. That vehicle is a total loss, and with Magic Esports right in front of them, in front of him, C1 Moy 15G will be in a very difficult spot.
Yeah, he's definitely stuck between a rock and a hard place here, especially for Seymour here, one of the newer members here into Victor Rise. But they are slowly trying to climb back into the round. Thankfully enough, Leon, assuming that the fact that he actually gunned out the last member of Victor Rise, failed to finish off the remaining member, but that just means he's gonna be able to live the fight for another round. But for how long? Magic Esports gonna be a little bit careful. It's gonna take a lot of tags and just slowly descending the mountain. Vehicles are exploding. God Ace are landing that headshot on Neotica, but instantly the kill will be stolen away by Alex from the colony. The Philippines are still in this fight, and God Meow showing his dominance as he mows down not the second, almost got the third, but looks like Buriram will be eliminated as a 10 team, and looks like it was either the zone or the bullet that will be the one to take him away, but he wanted to go down with full honor and glory, and suddenly he did just that.
And Victor Rise is driving through. No chance this time. It's either the gun or the car. And C1 Moy 15G decides to go down to the bullet of 777, and that's the jackpot right there. Right into the gunfire is our Angel Predator into the hands of Game of Hadong. Is CJ alive? Where is None? None is nowhere to be seen. CJ finds one onto Gardenware. Still two more to go right through, and he's under fire. Molly flushing him out into the open. The frag grenades connects, and he will be brought down. Game of Hadong stays alive. Gardenware will be brought back to life. The nades are coming through, and it's going to be Nan taking the place of CJ. Can he make this happen? Hiding within the sea of fire from these Molotov. Cloris is looking for the pickup. He sees Nan, but Nan was thrown. He finds the nade goes off. The nade about to go off, and Cloris from the grave finds Nan. And guess what? 377 brings him back. And Archangel Predator, they're out.
Oh man, it was a tough spot as well because everyone is just constantly being hit from all angles, and then finally when the fight got a little bit too close, especially in that situation, Cloris just decided to nade, but that nade landed beautifully as well, well timed and well cooked too. I like my steak medium rare, but for that nade, well done. As always, is also in order for the team. It looks like Namc here from Expendables are totally dominating this mountain.
And the Expendables looking so much better compared to game 1. And they might have been expended early in Irango, but on Mirama, they are the ones coming in hot. The colony though is in front of them. So this is not going to be easy. If you look at the winner chicken dinner percentage, it's going to be BN United and Day Trade sharing that 29%, followed by the colony with 23. But Levi's is going to switch position, reposition himself to find a better angle as Tonke finds Norins. It's a good start onto Day Trade, but Tonke not able to secure the kill. And in fact, Magic Esports still down to just one lone member with just Tonke and Eagle 365. Still, they have at least 2 more. Sandwich in the middle though between Magic Esports and the opponent.
Beautiful!
And finds it! Oh my goodness, that is exactly what we want to see. Day Trade and Magic Esports both share 1, but the winner is going to be Day Trade. They take out 2 teams at once.
Oh, what a beautiful nade. I don't know why. We're literally seeing the symphony of nades in the very first day of the PCS. You rarely see this in the previous PCS as well. I mean, you saw good nades, you saw good harassment, but I never seen this many in this entire life. But anyway, fantastic job coming from Observer for also ensuring that we're seeing all this amazing action. And it looks like Cobbs was able to gun down Venotica, earning them another point for the team here. But still, Day Trade is still 1 man short against these other 3 teams who are still well equipped, and they are literally surrounded from all angles. They do not have the positioning, nor do they have the vantage point either. Last man standing, trying to survive as long as possible is Norins. He knows he can't reach to his teammate either. He smokes, by the way, so even if he wants to make the smoke trail, he is still lacking. All he can do right now is pretty much sacrifice Flash and just pray he's able to pick off or join the next confrontation between the next 2 teams.
Yep. And remember, those placements don't matter. It's either the chicken or the bone. And unfortunately for Norins, he does not have much utility to work with. The circle is going to be a bit in his favor, as he can have easy access into that safe zone. But the question now is, do you really want to be the first to get in?
Timing with time. Summon T finds, looks like going to be finishing off Flash here. Day Trade, this time Norins is all alone. Team supporting him on his back. Although yes, he is one of the many Thailand teams in this tournament, but he is still having his fans on his shoulder, his teammates, bearing the responsibility that the fact that he has to mow down a total of 12 players to take that chicken dinner. Expendables. Expendables, let's be honest, like they are very comfortable with the settlement. Each of them position one on top of the hill, one towards the getting ready to descend at the side as well. Just have to wait for this final circle to dictate where will it going to be.
Let me tell you, the best part about this is no one is in the safe zone. Everyone is playing on the outskirts, but it seems like BN United, they're gonna make the first move. You can see smoke grenades are out. They're gonna get onto their vehicles and drive right through. It's about getting that position. It's about being the first there and the last to go down. So BN United, they're already in, and the first thing that's gonna greet them is Carl's with his fire. Norris now also making his move, but he's absolutely spotted out in the open, and Young B will make sure that Day Trade goes out in 4th. As BN United, they will be able to take control of that compound, the Expendables, which is going to be the last to make a move. But they're comfortable with that because they do have that vision. And now BN United, they're in the center. But to what avail? Can they hold on? Those vehicles are going to be blown out to make cover. The colony will now be in this Mexican standoff with the Expendables.
colony. They know the zone is slowly pushing them in, but they do have the vantage point. They need to try to get some form of control. Nades are connecting. Nades are landing, doing significant amount of damage, but not enough to have the final say or deliver the killing blow. They still need to go in. This is literally Nades warfare in this case, in this game here. Nades unknown battleground in this case. We should be able to change the name after this. But either way, now looks like, thankfully enough, Team Expendables, they did not suffer too much losses here. And now BN United, now they're going to be able to get the full brunt of the colony, as not only do they have the high ground advantage and also a great line of sight towards them, but they are also going to be forced to be pressed on and pressed down upon them as the zone slowly coagulates towards them.
And this is going to be close to the final push, as Alex is going to be the first one to take down. Killer's going to get the trade back, as both the Expendables and the Colony, they're going head to head. Mamonji's going to lose his life. Dr. Logi still being the sniper. Work as Dumpsy is dropping so low. Finally goes down. And we already got the winner. We got it. BN United, like I said, first to go in, last man standing, and it is going to be the case. Winner with a chicken dinner. BN United takes map 2.
Oh man, that was an insane amount of action that was happening at the same time. And BN United, let's be honest, yes, like you said, going in is always safer. But remember, they were positioned down the hill with the ditch. Just thankful enough that the fact that Team Expendables and also the Colony, they were actually right next to each other, forcing them to sort of like hit them. More like clash with themselves first before pushing towards BN United. So in other words, the main focus, the amount of damage was not totally directed towards BN United. All BN United had to do was just pretty much clear things up to the two teams who are being pushed into the safe zone by the zone itself, and they just casually mowed them down one by one. Honestly, it could have gone anyone's game depending on the positioning for some of the teams, but in this case, BN United will reign supreme here, and they are looking pretty happy right now for the second map of this first day.
Yeah, and second map. Well, say that again. Second map. I thought we are already. I thought we are already past the climax. That's what I'm trying to say, right? The amount of action that we're getting right out the gates. Everyone guns blazing, in full speed ahead, in top gear.
So many times.
Exactly. It felt like we are way into the PCS. But guess what? It's just 2 games. We have 4 more to go for today. This evening is just getting started, ladies and gentlemen. Even from the comforts of your home, you will not miss out a single action. But BN United joins the league of the big boys who have gotten themselves a chicken dinner. And in this case, is BN United and Fury so far.
And the craziest part about this, this is, like, I can proudly say, this is actually a fresh new team. BN United is, the members are definitely not new to the scene, but it is their first debut here in the PCS, all except for Simon T, who was previously from Hydra Gaming from PCS.
And Dr. Logi.
And Dr. Logi.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he did play. Come on.
Was he? Hold on, let me think.
He did. Come on, man. It's okay. Dr. Logi has been around for as long as it's for a very long time, honestly.
Oh,
previously he was with
Charity Showdown. Charity Showdown.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. There you go. Okay, if you're just talking about PCS, then I understand. But he was there for the Charity Showdown, and I think we can kind of.
I was trying to think in my head, like, which team was he in?
Yeah, he was in Charity Showdown. Charity Showdown. Okay, so there's a fair argument to be made, right? If we were just looking at PCS, then yes, he was not there. This is his first PCS debut.
No, it's my fault on my part, because like whether PCS or not, Charity Showdown is still part. Like, it was the beginning.
It's the part of the PCS, right? It's the Continental series.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's my bad, my friend. I'm so sorry here.
Oh, and speak of the devil, Dr. Logi. He's the player of the match for this game. MVP. And he deserves this, 5 kills on his own. I think the stats, they tell a compelling story, but definitely not the full picture. And it's it's a credit that has to be given when due, and I think Dr. Logi, undeniably the MVP, not just for the match but for his team as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point, deciding who was the player of the match for his team. Yeah, Dr. Logi did have a lot of majority of his kills so far has been very objective or just pretty much sniping. And the thing is this, right? He has, even from the early part when he drew, he was one of the few people who drew first blood here on the map of Maram here, especially towards the roadside, which we saw him knocking down one of the members of Sharper Esports here. Instantly, he also, I believe the main goal for Dr. Logi was the fact that he just wanted to assert the dominance of the fact that, hey, I'm just going to be tagging. If I get a kill, that will be beneficial for me. But anyway, this is your top 5 kill store here, and for map number 2. And Dr. Logi, of course, was taking number 1, followed by God Nui from Game Home Hadong, J Ken from Max Stadium, BN United, God Ace. And number 5 is Gem Attack All Around. And the crazy thing about it right now is everyone on this list is literally teams, returning teams, and new ones who are debuting for the first time here in this PCS. Now I can tell you this is definitely a change of pace compared to what most people were expecting here. And I think that's amazing.
Absolutely. And I think fun fact about Dr. Logi is that if you look at his competitive experience, let's just look at 2020, right? The start of 2020, we're looking at 1.5 year worth of history. All the tournaments that he participated in, from C tier to A tier to S tier, he participated in like more than 10 tournaments, right? But out of I think 15 or almost 20 tournaments, and only in 2 of those tournaments that he was able to get a top 3 finish. The one is the PUBG Southeast Asia Super Cup phase number 1, which was last year, and the PUBG Vietnam Series 2021 Spring, which was in May, which was last month. Both these tournaments he got 3rd place, right? And the rest, it was 6th place, 5th place, it was 17th, 18th. So this debut means the world to Dr. Logi, and it is great to see him take the chicken dinner for his team in match 2, and it's great to see him as the player of the match. But guess what? The night is just started. 4 more matches to go. We're gonna go for a short commercial break, and when we come back, it's about more nades, more guns, and more chicken dinners. We'll be right back.
Allow yourself to feel me. Allow yourself to be free. Allow yourself to see all the things that we could be. Hey, you should always feel good. Hey, open up your eyes and take a look. Everything you need, you find that piece of me. We could be like fire. No one could put us out. We burn so bright, and they will compromise. Just to feel the energy of our life.
Hello everybody, and welcome back for another round of the PCS4. We are only on the third match here for day number 1 here, and let me tell you something. Me and Husky here has been witnessing action packs all across the board here. Like, we came in with the notion, maybe potentially we already sort of expected some form of amazing clash, huge clashes or skirmishes that's going to be happening here in the early for the first 2 matches of the day. But no, every single members from all this team decided to prove us wrong here, and gave us an explosive start with Nay's warfare here. We almost thought it could be players grenade unknown grenade battlegrounds here. By the way, this is the current match leaderboard here, and of course the one who got the winner chicken dinner for round number 2 is going to be BN United here. And currently, you can see from the leaderboard itself, they are taking that top spot.
Yeah, and this is definitely, you know, a good statement, right? We went through this during the post-match of match number 2, and we touched a lot on Dr. Logi, but this is going to be the total leaderboard with BN United and Fury both tied with 1 chicken dinner and 12 kills. The Colony, same number of kills. Unfortunately, no chicken for them. Expendables in 4th, Magic Esports in 5th, both tied with 11 kills. Eagle 365 Esports in 6th place. Game Home Hadong in 7th, and 8th place will be occupied by X Stadium 2 Dog.
You know the amazing thing about this is that in currently the top 8 teams right now. Okay, I see 3 notable teams, right? I see X Stadium, I see Game Home, I see Eagle 365. Do you know what's the similarities between these 3 teams, the 3 teams that I mentioned? They are teams that couldn't make it during the PCS 2 or 3 here. They all came from Charity Showdown. They all came from PCS 1 or 2 here, and they couldn't make it through their respective regions qualifiers. Now they are back, and they're already securing the top 8 spots here. Of course, things can change because there are still another 34 matches to go here in the tournament in this first week here, or the next 3 weeks here. But for now, it is definitely, I'm really definitely happy to see some of the team who couldn't debut even more during PCS2 and PCS3 showing their mettle here in this PCS form. But however, the defending champion, Buriram, they are still trying to find their bearings. Trying to find a way to climb back in.
And I think the same can be said when we talk about finding bearing. I think Archangel Predator really have to dig deep, because after the first 2 matches, we see that Archangel Predator on the total leaderboard, they are in last place, 16th place with only 1 kill. And sure, as much as we talk about chicken dinners being the most important part of the entire of these 3 weeks, we also have to look at the kills, right? Because the kills determine your standings, and it also determines the amount of prize pool that you're going to walk away by the end of each week. So if you can't get those chicken dinners, at least you want to walk away with some of the scraps that you can get by placing yourself in a decent position through those kills. And I think a team such as Archangel Predator, who has made a pretty formidable name for themselves in the Southeast Asia scene, they have yet to really show up. And I think from Southeast Asia alone, Eagle 365 is the only team that is in top 8. But also at the same time, like you mentioned, they didn't qualify previously. This is kind of their debut, and they are making it worth it.
Yeah, it's really glad to see them really to be coming back into the scene as well because since they missed out during PCS 2 and 3, but now they are back. They are trying to solidify their spot, and what a way to output their means and their cause by taking that chicken dinner in that second map here on the map of Mirama here. But the thing is now coming back to what you were mentioning about Archangel Predator, right? So the thing is this, right? We have to remember we can't see them by the name itself. We also need to take into the account of the rosters, because like I said, the entire rosters, the original roster for Archangel Predator has already been shifted towards the Colony. Like literally, the Colony is the new Archangel Predators, while the Angel Alliance, all the maps being inherited into Archangel Predator. They became the main family branch name. They did show their amazing gunplay during PCS3, because they could have debuted during PCS2. They were actually they actually got second place in the Philippine series here, literally one position away from Archangel Predator. That's why they could have qualified. But this time PCS3, they got in. They managed to showcase themselves and got a really good top 8 position in PCS3. But now in PCS4, like I said, it's a slow start, for most of these returning teams. 6 months, by the way, it has been more than 6 months, almost half a year for some of these returning teams. And you must also take into account of the fact that teams that has debuted their skills already, they really showcased their metal, like Buriram, Angel Alliance, or Archangel Predators, or currently the Colony right now, is that all their replays can be studied. All the VODs are there. They're on either YouTube or Twitch. They could be researched upon. They could be gathered by other teams to prep, to figure out where are their rotation route, where is their favorite drop zone, and where's their favorite hotspot. I'm not asking them to drop exactly where they are, but you sort of get the gist of the fact that, okay, if we're on in Wrangler, this is the fight path, they're going to land at Pochinki, and they'll like slowly run down south. And we know this, we can sort of set a trap to prepare to ambush them, or at least tag them to waste utilities. So that's what I'm saying, right? That I believe right now that's the situation for some of this, especially like the defending champion Buriram, or some of these older returning teams in the scene. They are currently being studied and also slowly being picked off. While for the newer teams, well, let's be honest, you don't have much information to play around, and the same goes for the experienced teams here as well. So that's the advantage. Some of these teams, okay, new teams, but new rosters, or similar or experienced players coming in, or with a new synergy or style, there's no votes about them, so they can use this as an advantage for themselves as they go toe-to-toe with big giants like Buriram.
Yeah, and I think it's a very fair point, right? I think the roster does make a huge difference, but you can look at it from 2 different standpoints. It's about the rosters, where sometimes when you get a shift, players they do take their followers with them. The other thing is also, how are those new players are going to fill in the shoes of those ex-members, right? How are you going to carry on the legacy? I think Archangel Predator right now, since they are in kind of a new shell, or a new body in an old shell, it's going to take them a while to rebuild whatever they've achieved. But thankfully, we still get to see them go through the Challenger Rumble alongside the Colony. So this is a pretty decent statement from these 2 teams, regardless of whether regardless of the situation of their roster. But again, Eagle 365 is the one that is coming out hot with the most solid opening, because they are the only team from the Challenger Rumble who are in top 8. And judging from their history, you would expect Archangel Predator or the Colony to have a better standing, right? Because they qualified for more of the PCS, but somehow it was Eagle 365 who were soaring higher than them.
Yeah, it's already, I wouldn't say too much on there. I wouldn't say like it wasn't like too much on members or anything. The fact, but it is with the addition and of course the leaving, the farewell to Manfor and entry frag, and with the new entry with Chibrit and Hansi, does amplify a little bit for the members or for the rest of the members of Eagle 365, mainly because of the fact that they do like going into the zone, but most important, they're not too aggressive about it. They're very adaptable to certain situations or certain aspects of the game here or certain scenarios here. And the fact, and with Hansi being one of the few anchors to really frontline alongside with them, and also knowing how to hold back the W, if everyone knows what I mean, it does set things the pace a little bit more comfortable for Eagle 365, because at least this case now the communication could be cleaner and there will not be too much of a disagreement or conflict in decision making here, since everyone has the similar play style here.
Oh yeah, and I think that's definitely, fair argument to look at this. But for the rest of Southeast Asia, we have kind of been through them very extensively, I would say. Let's look at the other regions, right? We at this point we can actually have a history lesson about Southeast Asia alone.
Oh yeah,
right. I
got like 10 pages prepared for every one of these teams.
Exactly, right. So that's why, from the get go, I had a disclaimer that we have a lot to sift through for this 3 weeks. So that's we're gonna close the chapter for Southeast Asia for now. We talked about Oceania a bit, but most of the Oceania topic was revolving around Fury, because we have seen Fury previously as Fury Australia. We've seen those members played, but now we're looking at Team Bliss, and you did slightly touch on Team Bliss in that match too, but majority of the members isn't really familiar name, isn't really household name, at least to the rest of the team. So how can we look at Team Bliss and put them on the same pedestal as Fury coming into PCS4?
It's difficult, because it's difficult if you see it from Team Bliss point of view. But if you see it from their previous team name, which they originally hailed from, which was Team Pharynx, then I believe everyone sort of gets a little bit more, especially the PUBG fanatics, right? They will get a little bit more of a rough idea on who they are, or at least they already sort of knew. If you guys are the real fanatics, you guys already sort of knew, like, oh yeah, they're from Pharynx. We saw their we saw their gunplay, their positioning, their rotation timing, how aggressive are they or how passive they are on certain aspect of the game or certain scenarios. So when you see it from Team Pharynx, you sort of just get a good gist of the fact that, okay, this team they do know when to go in, right? The thing is, they're pretty much like a bookworm. If I had to put it, they like to play by the book. If they see two teams clashing with each other, right? If they have if the circle is dictating towards the cliffs, they'll get those vantage points. But the only problem I feel that Team Bliss or Team Pharynx right now is currently lacking is the firepower necessary to win a majority of this fight. Because if you put them clashing head on with someone else, majority of the time they would be losing out here. So the thing is, with Sweet Soul leaving the team here, being replaced by Textile 7 and T-Stroy or Testroy here, it's very hard to tell whether they're going to be able or that they require in this game. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, we're currently back into map number 3 here, match number 3, especially here on the map of Erangel. So sadly, we couldn't see the flight path, but we will see where the first circle is. And for some reason, the circle just likes the ocean so much. I don't blame it.
I mean, the weather
is great.
Yeah, the weather has been pretty hot. You gotta take a dive in the ocean. Yeah, I mean, my goodness, the weather is scorching. It's blazing. It feels like I'm in a song. Yeah. I know. I'm sitting in an air conditioned room and I'm sweating. But I don't know if I'm sweating from the weather or from the immense amount of action that we were getting. But I'm pretty sure that the weather does contribute to a bit of all these perspiration that I am currently experiencing. For a good reason, though. For a good reason. We are looking at a third circle, which is very sweaty for most of these teams, like we just saw right towards the Mutant Power. Thankfully, we're not looking at any early first blood. For once, all 64 players get to play PUBG instead of getting taken out from the get-go. We are seeing BN United, the team that got their first chicken dinner in the previous map, now a bit separated. At least God Ace is separated from the rest of his team.
Well, I guess in this case, because of the fact that since I believe they had a really slow drop, right? God Ace, at least in this case, he had a really slow drop because he just wanted to see where exactly everyone is going to be landing. So I'm assuming the circle was very centralized. I'm assuming from either okay, not really military base, more like east to west side, but very centralized, 90 degrees central. So that's pretty much why we saw a lot of teams that was able to position themselves very well, but towards the central plains here from the east to the west. But like I said, I think he decided to go for a slow drop. Top kill proportion
team.
or top amount of kills.
Oh yeah. By the way, you disappeared for a bit. You know, like I think you switched into the Matrix.
Oh no! They went into the.
Welcome back.
Oh my god!
Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back.
So where did I leave off? Where did I leave off?
You leave off the slow drop.
Jesus! By the way, yeah. So long story short, he went for a slow drop and just to see where the team is, and then he could dictate that he could loot the area by himself. But
Yes,
just now,
I got your back. You know.
Yeah, thanks, brother.
I got your back. You know,
God.
like sometimes you want to look. You want to go for. You want to look for those vehicles as well. You know, you want to be able to find those early vehicles to give your team the convenience of navigation. You know, that is one of the ways. I would say it has been one of the play styles that is very common for a very long time. And in fact, I feel like it is still a very decent way to play the game, as long as you're not engaging in those early fights. But misfire from Levi's. But the Expendables, they were one of the teams that made it into top 3. I believe they were in second place. But it didn't really matter too much. You know, there's no placements, points to be looked at. But here's a quick recap of the previous match. This is the final showdown where everyone wants to cross the finish line. And obviously there's intense bloodbath between the Expendables, the Colony, and BN United ended in a massacre where BN United was able to get the chicken in with a bang. Literally with a bang. Thank you, observers. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, the Observer is absolutely fantastic here. But yes, coming back to Expendables, right? So a majority of the members, or at least 2/3 or 3 out of 4 of the members here are actually previous members from LG Divine, them being Levis and Namc. And Namc constantly owning up the scoreboard back in PCS3. And they literally, in the first week and a half of the tournament for the PCS3, they were crowned the kings of Miramar because they always, and I mean always, got the chicken dinner for Miramar, topping the scoreboard and also with the kills as well to back it up. Everyone thought the game was in their favor, but in the end, towards the second half or towards the end of the week of the PCS3, we saw them slowly taking quite the dive here for themselves. Not sure why, but either way, they are back here with a different name, and I believe they are still playing the same playstyle which they had, especially since we saw on the map of Miramar. They are still playing towards the center part of the circle. This is really unfortunate, the fact the last one, they clashed with another team while pushing in. But speaking of clash, we see Sharper Eastbourne is clashing into the mix, and Monty was able to casually gun down Textile 3. Still the gunfight ain't ending just yet. Already 2-1, 6 down for the count. Textile and one of the other members are still alive, knocked down though, but not dead just yet. Max Honus was able to go for the trade. It looks like Belmont will be instantly gone down here as Team Bliss will be eliminated away as the 16 team here. No chicken dinner for them and no kill score either, except for that 2 points which they earned earlier on.
Well, they were the first one to get the jump, but they were also the first one to be knocked out. This is, it's definitely not the start that they want, but Sharper Esports now gets control of a compound, which was what they were looking for, and they get 4 kills in the back. That's a buy one, free one. Expendables, they were looking at Sharper Esports from the opposite side of the terrain. But so far, that is going to be the only conflict that we will get.
Still coming to the mix. BN United. Goddess. Come to the mix. I believe we talked a lot about the backstory about this team, but either way, BN United, one of the more freshest new team, except for Dr. Logi. Except for Dr. Logi and, of course, my dear friend Simon T, who's playing in Hydra Gaming for PCS3. Now, Dr. Logi, of course, with a bunch of his experience inside the league itself, all the way from the very beginning of the PCS, has been bearing a lot of fruits, great fruits from the team here. But of course, with a beautiful overlay by our production, our top 3 headshot damage is still, by the way, Waikikamuka, top 1, undeniable. I'm not sure whether he still was able to maintain top 1 in the last map though. But at least the third one, if he did, it would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, Fury in match 2 definitely were in a bit of a pinch. It was between them Game Home, Hadong, and Buriram United, if I'm not mistaken. In that, how do you call it? Love triangle. I'm not sure if that's the best way to put it, but
love triangle, really.
Yeah, you get the idea. They were in this standoff, this 3-way standoff that had to be broken.
I would like to call it. I wouldn't call it a love triangle. I would like to call it a third wheel because let's be honest, Game Home, they scaled that mountain so hard. Fury just joined in midway only.
Yeah, to be fair, Fury got the drop on Buriram United, and then Game Home was like, "I'm gonna third wheel this," and they all go down. So moral of the story is never third wheel in people's relationship. It does not end well. Never.
It's a horrible thing, man. Terrible. Don't do it. But either way, yes, back to the day trade gaming. They had some form of success, but after that, it just started slowing things down for most of them, especially during those mid rotation. Which I don't blame them though. Marama is just a kind of situation where you only really have a choice. Either you hope to the fact that you can get to those top of the mountains, especially from the last map circle, right? Either get on top of the mountains or get into a settlement, or just brave through the hails of bullets during the Death Valley on the crossroads here. But either way, fights are happening, skirmishes are happening across the map. The next circle will dictate on how it's going to be. I still think it's still going to be pretty safe, exactly like what we see. No changes in the position so far. Everyone is still very comfortable about this, except for Day Trade. They're still outside the circle, but they are taking their time with this. They are playing with a 2x2 lineup here, so they're going to be able to not only cover each other while they are looting, but also at least cover some ground to get that information out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is definitely going to give them some time to gather all those intels. Those gunshots is going to alert the members of Fury, the colony, deciding to finally make a move as they are tanking the blue zone. Phase number 2 is not going to hurt so much, but you can't stay too far out in the open. Thankfully, they are near the circle, so not the circle, but they are near the safe zone, so they must get in first and continue to try and make their way into the circle. As Flood now is going to see that vehicle jump right in. Eagle 365 under fire from Fury.
Ooh. Flood gets tagged himself as well. Not going to be knocked down, thankfully enough, but it looks like they are forcing Eagle 365 to have their back against the wall here. They do have some form of cover, but they still can be easily packed off since Team Fury, they do have the high ground, and we all know high ground is always the best ground here. Eagle 365 try to position the car slightly close towards them as well, so at least that way not only will they be able to have some form of for better cover in this ditch, in this trench, but they also will be able to retaliate or trade a little bit back against Fury. Because right now, Flood, his goal, if he gets to kill someone, it'll be beneficial for him and his team. But his goal is just to waste utilities. But at Stadium, they gotta be careful here and get ready to say their prayers, because Team Colony, they are crashing into this building, here comes the nade party here, and they gotta be careful for this onslaught.
Yeah, and those nades from the colony is going to force X Stadium away. Axe Stadium, they don't want to take this fight. They have no intention to
choice.
fight the colony, and that is going to
Good
be
call.
the course of action. You know, they just retreat. The best part is that Axe Stadium, they know that they have the safe zone, so they're just gonna retreat into the safe zone and probably just reposition themselves.
Oh.
And that flip would have caused a lot of problems. 74 L1. Woo! Yeah, they're out.
I had a flashback, honestly, dude. Like, I literally I had a flashback straight away from match number 1. We saw game hit. Cloris had his door flipped over.
Yeah, we still have yet to figure out how did that happen. You know, like.
I'm assuming.
But at least for
let's be honest, UAV reigns supreme. Let's be honest.
So you think that they were playing bumper car and Fury just flipped Cloris's vehicle over? I mean, it's a plausible argument. It's a plausible argument. You know, I'm not going to dispute that. I think it could be the case.
But either way, that's all in the past now. Let's continue to stay in the present. No major clashes just yet because the zone is still relatively fine for majority of this team. But this next circle though will dictate where they're going to be repositioning themselves. It's going towards the east side here, towards prison, towards the mountains, by the way, towards the high ground here. Sharper Esports is definitely enjoying the scene alongside with 6 other teams. But however, for the rest of the team, like I said, Erangel is the kind of man you want to play for the edge here. And since a majority of the team are relatively close, we're going to be seeing some bloodshed very soon, Husky.
Definitely. Fury able to still maintain their position on the high ground, and they do have BN United on that low ground. So this is going to give Fury some work to do as BN United. They have taken over the prison. As we're looking at that stadium, they're probably going to join in as well. As Ronan is going to start firing, getting those tags in, and almost taking down that first member of the side of BN United, Simon T, down the red, trying to heal up, and he will be able to do so. But Fury, we've seen them being relentless with these gunshots, and they're going to start doing just that. Ronan getting challenged, but he is not afraid.
Ooh. Clashes on the other side. Norris was able to get a job on Eddie though. From Brewery Rom, that's a big drop as well. Colony, however, still trying to rotate back to his team. Eddie trying his best, not giving up a single line of hope, but Norris will be the one to seal the deal. And Brewery Rom will be one man short for this next clash. Still, the rest of the team is still taking by that time, honestly, Husky. Let's be honest here.
Yeah. I mean, Buriram, I think they have the circle in their favor. Or was it day trade? I think it's day trade. So unfortunately for Buriram, they have to kind of make their way through. So day trade can just wait. Buy the time, run at the clock, and wait for Buriram to make the next move. Now, AAA or attack all around, they are staring at a victim rise. 2 teams who are struggling to find their footing. As Archangel Predator now on the screen is gonna go through Muta Power coming in from the side to get into the circle. They will get in, and there is just a compound right in front. So this is gonna be the pit stop for Archangel Predator.
And they are totally fine. The same goes for Day Trade, who is still trying to see themselves. But however, Nordras not too far behind. The Hunter is here. Instantly picking out one of the wheels of the car here. The tires are completely gone, but thankfully not. They still have the other one, so they should be fine with this one. But in that case, it's just the risk is slightly more higher. Where on the other side of the map, team number 1, Sao Paulo, still trying to casually play around the edge, not getting a little bit too deep into the zone because they know they will be sprayed down or gunned down here. Same goes for Jibre as he was trying to rotate down. Counts will be the one to draw first blood towards the team here, as one of the members is currently knocked down but not out for the count.
Yeah, and you can see the colony is so far away. Speaking about being far, Carl's gonna start taking fire as our circle on phase number 5 coming soon. It's gonna phase 4, circle dipping down towards that prison area. So things are not looking too hot. I would say even if you're in prison right now, or at least you have control of the compound and being united, it's not the best. Not to say that you're definitely gonna win, because you might be overwhelmed. Genfrost getting a few tags of his own onto attack all around, but AAA, they will now start rotating or at least to reposition themselves in a better position. As Archangel Predator, Argentine Boss gonna drive through an absolute shooting gallery, and Kamuka,
No way!
oh my goodness, that shot from downtown takes him out, and Argentine Boss did not see that coming. Fury gets a massive pickoff.
That was absolutely fantastic. He was doing mid rotation as well. By the way, clashes are still happening on the other side of the map. Gold 12 was able to open this out towards None. And remember, if we last saw from the minimap as well, None hasn't really. Our Angel Predator hasn't really got into the zone just yet. Gen 4's gonna be a little bit careful, but he's trying to position himself to go for the gun round. Remember, these guys, they are also skillful to switch the seat to go for the gun spray here, but right now they're just trying to prioritize to get into a better part of the zone. They're getting sprayed, they're getting gunned. They hope in hopes that the vehicles doesn't blow up or lose a wheel or even get headshot by Waikikamuka. Everyone is just trying to get in to stay alive as long as possible, because they know as long as they are alive, they have a chance, they have a moment. Good 12 was able to finish off None in this case, but looks like God Meow was able to find his prey, and it's gonna be calls from Colony from PH. Lost a wheel. That car is gone and useless right now. And God Meow knows, but he's gonna slowly fall back. But here comes a little bit of fight between Mad Dog as he has his senses. As he sniffed off his opponent to go for the knockdown, he gets flanked from the other side, and that's gonna be it for Archangel Predator, as they will be the 15th team eliminated away as they got shut down by team number 1.
Lane from long range, Kikamuko! I cannot believe it. First a shot, now a nade, second one tags onto Hansi, and the third one comes through! Kikamuko! Just continuing the pressure for nade inbound, anyone? This one's not gonna connect. But the amount of pressure from him alone is putting so much pressure onto Eagle 365 as to switch our attention as VTRT also finds one. JS and Jazz both go down. Victim Rise also having their own Nate Fiesta going on. But my goodness, Fury just making life so dang hard. They are gonna switch their attention over to X Stadium as Eagle 365 tries to recuperate, as JS now is gonna be the second person to be knocked down by the grenade. Levi takes out Glooms as the Expendables, they are now gonna join the party.
Oh yeah, they're definitely here to stay, but sadly enough, DD, they're literally, if you can see that, they're boxed in from all angles, attack all around.
Boy.
There's no way they're gonna get out of that situation despite having the covers with the vehicles. They are being gunned from back to back. Victim Rise and the Expendables. On the other side, looks like Burrito has finally, Nordra, who actually isolated calls, as you guys remember, he actually popped his wheel tire. There's no way he's gonna get out of the zone without any smoke trails or a vehicle. Looks like he's gonna be gunned down away and taken away from the team. One man shot for the side of Team Colony, but they are still in the game. Ronan trying to see if he can bust that vehicle with the M4 here. No luck with that one, but at least some damage has been done. Flood goes for a tag, did tag someone as well, but not gonna get any knocks for the team here. But right now, Husky, this is a situation where the zone is getting relatively closer. The edge, there's not much edge or not much ground around the edge to play with anymore. So we're gonna be seeing a lot more skirmishes and hopefully more blood to be spilled here at the same time. No, we got rammed!
And this is going to be unfortunate. Gold 12 getting ran over. Here comes the second people coming through. YM cut. Ducky behind the tree as Vandal Knight fights out loud. And Mewtwo's gonna get another knockdown. Vehicular slaughter from number 1, and BM United will unite in the grave. Eagle 365 also out. Down for the count as Victim Rise continues. And a nade! And a nade for Team 15G on the 777. Absolutely massive, but Momonji is gonna steal that away. Thanks for the knockdown, he says. Glory comes in to clean us up power. Got nade by CM cut as Fur will down inside as the colony sets their eyes onto Fury. Alex takes out Levi and Alex will secure Levi. Colony striking back, fly like a bee, sting like a bee, and it's going to be the colony taking the fight straight through. Nate is there as well. Namsi got a reposition. He survives, but will not YM cut as the initial nade from Chloris will secure the kill.
Woo! fights happening. It's literally, like I said, it's a symphony of explosion. And the M249 has a Momo Ninja. He's the king of the hill as he just mows them down one by one. But Magic Esports literally showcasing the magic towards Day Trade, and Day Trade will be eliminated away as Magic Esports has showcased all their tricks and skills. But more clashes and more skirmishes happening all across the other side of the map as well here. We thought we were here to see a game of fire gunplays and firepower, but no, everyone is just slowly taking people off, either just by nades or vehicle ramming. What is going on here in this game?
Yeah, Cheers King! He's thrown down. It's gonna be disgusting. Getting taken out. JK and Feist can look out as well with the nade as the kill feed is being lit up. And here comes the nade. Not the flashbang. Feist Clory is in the head. He's completely blinded. And Chesky is the only one alive. Can't reach his teammate, so he's gotta hold his ground. The Colony is gonna get eliminated. Chesky with a reposition round the rocks. And he does have some time to work with. So go for that drone. Here comes the nade. The push coming through as well.
Oh!
He's flashed. Clory's gonna distract him. He turns it around. Does he see his opponent? He gets it
No
down!
way!
But it's not enough. It is just not enough. As Game Home Hadong will finally put the Magicians to a stop. Flashbang coming through. Flood is blinded. The push from Fur and X Stadium will take out Fury as Fur takes refuge behind the vehicle and it's gonna reset to prepare for the next fight. Looking at the percentage, the Sharper Esports is gonna be at the top. They almost made it, but maybe this round is gonna be the round.
What a fantastic flank, and also positioning coming from X Stadium as well. They literally never left that hill, and they paid it off so well because they were able to find Fury as they were slowly being pushed into the safe zone by the blue zone itself here, able to take a full advantage to go for the flank while they were trying to pick off another team from the other side here. Now this is the important part, right? We're slowly playing, now the zone is slowly leading towards more open areas, right? There's barely any coverage, there's some form of trees and rocks, maybe a couple of logs, or maybe a ditch that you can try to hold for, or the car that you brought with you. But this is the part where everyone is very focused on this mere settlement here, because it's guaranteed that someone is here, but whether they want to clear it or not, or slowly push towards the other side of the edge of the circle here to play a little bit more safer here, or at least more equal ground, because no one wants to push into a house where there's no more utilities or nades to use here.
TD?
But TD was able to... No, actually, was it TD? No, it wasn't TD! It was Belmont that actually got the shot on J-Ken on the other side! TD did the damage, but J-Ken had the final say! No way! That's a free kill for the team here.
Yeah, I mean, TD is also knocked. You can see backup coming through pretty quickly. And Victim Rise, they only play with three members for this match, but they're doing so darn well. You can see Genforce trying to make sure that no one comes through, but he's gonna retreat at a pretty weird timing. Maybe he wants to rejoin his team. As X Stadium, they're gonna make the entrance. Godway will be brought back up by Cloris. Game Home Hadong. Still a 3-man left alive, and they come through again. Godway gets knocked out a second time, and Cloris like, God dang it! Now I have to go back for you, but I gotta take out your opponents first, and things are not gonna be easy as this is going to be a very open battle, and maybe Godway might not might go down, so Cloris has to do God's work because they will definitely be pushed. Game Home Hadong, can they hold on? Nate's coming through, Godway will bleed, McSonus gets knocked down by 377, so that's gonna stall out Sharper Esports for now, and maybe Godway will come back to life.
Oh yeah, he's definitely gonna come back to life for this one, but City 3007, well played for trying to be the diversion and try to divert the attention towards himself. At least that way, the nade fest will stop towards his teammate resurrection area and buy the necessary amount of time. But if you notice, the circle still persists towards his east side, so Game Home is still in the safe zone. But if you notice, their positioning is towards at the very edge of the circle, at the base of this hill. And TD, you gotta be a little bit careful when you want to try to go for those smoke trails, buddy, because you never know when you pop your head out of a hill, you might lose it. Almost lost it too. He lost the armor for it, the helmet for it actually. But right now, the highest chance is currently Buriram, who is currently undamaged, and of course with the highest score, with high percentage rate of 29%. If you notice right now, Buriram, although yes, they did lose a man a little bit earlier into the round, they're still other from that loss. They didn't lose anything else. They didn't get tagged. They did get spotted, but they had no retaliation or no one trying to contest for them at all. They had a really smooth sailing until this very part of the circle. But Game Home looked like Chloris, trying to see if he can find a way to get into the house.
Yeah, looking at top 6, VTR, they still have everyone alive, which is a freaking good run so far. Freaking good achievement to be able to keep 3 men alive. Playing at a disadvantage from the beginning is definitely not what you want to face. But Victim Rice is handling it like a champ. The Expendables left with only one guy. It's Game Home Hadong. They have a lot of control, especially vantage point on top of this building as Jen's Force will open up and Namsi will go down. Quick, precise, and accurate.
Oh man, and the thing is, this Namsi was playing as quiet as possible too. So really, unfortunately, he will have to fall.
Wow.
There. But looks like X Stadium Gen Force will also be joining Namsi at the sidelines, at the bench, because right now it is our top 4 teams going head to head with each other in this very final moment of match number 3. Each team had losses, but it looks like Sharper Esports is the one that has a little bit more responsibility to bear here, since they only had 2 members left to fend off the rest of the remaining team here.
Man, Victim Rice are doing things so well, making it into top 4. Now, can they close this up? Can they close this out? That is the question. We're definitely gonna have a new team getting their first chicken dinner. So it is anyone's game, but Victim Rice slowly pushing into Sharper Esports territory. Tinoy prone down within the bushes, and this might be able to catch Victim Rice off guard. But if you are Sharper Esports, you have to be careful because they are the only team with 2 members left. Using this lumberjack shed or storage shack or whatever you want to call it. It's between Tinoy and Balmoth. In game 1, they were very close to getting chicken dinner, but they lost to Fury, and this time they'll have to face Victim Rice.
Well, they do need to keep their senses. Sharper Esports gotta keep their senses as sharp as possible. But that damage wasn't being done by Sharper Esports. It's actually done by Game Home Dong, who had the high advantage from the top of the roof. But at least now they know, and now they can focus out. That nade was not intentionally for Sharper Esports. It just merely bounced off and actually tagged a little bit, more like scorched Tinoy a little bit, but he's still fine, still healthy as well. But now the rest of the team, Victim Rice slowly converging into the circle, and this is where Balmoth might potentially unveil their surprise at the fact that they were here the entire time. But Victim Rice, they're still being cautious about it. But here comes Buriram also joining in the fray. The go for pickoffs, the go for tags, and Game Hong Dong looks like going to be finding one of the members, but gets knocked down instead by Tinoy. Tinoy says, "You wanna go for my teammate? I'll go for you first. You wanna bite my tail, you get the horns," as the bull comes in. But God New comes in with a beautiful nade to finish off Balmoth. Now he gets knocked down. This could be the final ending for Tinoy, but he's still far away from the bomb range. Well, Game Hong pushes forward, goes for the hipfire spray to seal the deal here for Sharper Esports. And one team is currently out of the mix here, and all that's left is our top 3.
VTR, they have just been saved by Game Home Hadong. They get a clear path in and they'll respawn by killing off Godway. C1 Moi 15G also finds the second one, and Game Home Hadong, they open up the path, they let Victim Rice in, and now they're paying the price for it. Nate coming through, only one more alive for Game Home Hadong is 377. They're getting tagged by the sharpnose from that name, but this blue zone is making life hard. He has to slowly crawl in. Can he find refuge? Maybe he can for now, but he's gonna be forced out into the open. Now Victim Rice, are they watching? Because Buriram United certainly are. 3007 just playing with this cover, but he's gonna be safe, at least for now. Behind those logs, behind those timber, that is going to be his pit stop.
now.
Oh, Nate.
3007. He's the last man standing. Nades are coming in. They know he's somewhere around the area, that vicinity as well. Gotta be a little bit careful too, as the blue zone is slowly converging in. GenForce finds one. He knows he's there.
Yeah.
We're on the other side. GenForce will have to find the same, but no, John goes for the couple of trade, making full use of the opportunity of the window as well to go for the spray. But TD making full use
pushing
of the
it.
smoke shield. He gets ever so close to try to go for the
no.
push, but Colossi was so prepared for TD as he jumps it down. They go for the spray, and Buriram United Esports will secure winner chicken dinner for map number 3.
So close, yet so far.
far.
For VTR Victim Rise. They had such a phenomenal run throughout map 3, but that pick off from Buriram United stopped them in their tracks. And it's either or. It could have been Victim Rise, but those crucial gunfights were won by BRU, and they are gonna get their first chicken dinner finally. But for Victim Rise to have such a good match with only 3 members is a huge accomplishment.
Yeah, the Indonesian team is absolutely stepping up ever since the last PCS3 here. Absolutely looking so good for them in day number 1. Now the real question, just it's the same question that's going to be asked and questioned to the rest of the team is, how long can you maintain this performance, right? So because the most ideal situation you want to see from the teams here and from the fans as well is the consistency for the team. Sure, don't get me wrong, it is the first day of the PCS, so some people are still, getting the warm up, trying to get into gear, into the mode to go start to pop things off. We saw Buriram was not able to get any of not even the top 5 spots for the last two men. But guess what? They're top number 3 here. And let's be honest, in that last round, that 1v1, not 1v1 play, or like 1v1 between the teams here, it really came down who was more patient, who was willing to wait out the waiting game to unveil their surprise or pounce on their attack, right? To press the attack here. In this case, we saw Noadra here starting things off the minute he heard one of the members of Victim Rise targeting the last member here for game home here, and he instantly took the opportunity to go for that knock. That was literally the sound horn to say we're going in, or not to say really going in, more like we're prepping to gun them all down right here and right now. I don't think it was a bad decision. If some people are saying that the fact that maybe it was a bad decision for Victim Rise to push against it, I don't really think it's not. It was a really ideal situation set up because already Buriram one of the members set a smoke trail in front of them for the cover here. They decided to take that, use it as an advantage for them to push forward. It just, like I said, it really came down to the situation on who was able to pick off who's first, whose firepower was more superior. But in this case, Conasi here will be the one taking top spot for the team.
Oh yeah, and just this great map 3. We have approached the halfway point of today, and so far 3 different teams have been able to claim that winner chicken dinner. Where we started things off with Fury, and then we have BN United. Now we have Buriram United Esports taking the third chicken dinner. And it has been a back and forth so far. I think a lot of teams are kicking into high gear. Obviously, other squads, there are a couple squads that we are still looking forward to. Hopefully that they will show up a bit more. Maybe these teams are the late bloomers that we are looking at. However, it is safe to say that there are no first place teams just yet. Everyone is equally strong, as we have Noadra taking that player of the match for game number 3.
It's totally understandable because if you notice every one of his kills, and was shown by our observer. Once again, thank you so much to our amazing observer for this PCS4 APAC. But yes, thanks to our observer, we were able to exactly see what was the eyes, the sights of Nodra in the game as the gunman here. If you notice, every time he goes for a pickoff, it's always very objective. Like if he sees a car, he sees a guy, sees a player, he doesn't think like, okay, I won't go for a headshot first. I know he will survive it. I have an M14. It's not a Car 98K or an ARM here. He went for the car. He prioritized it. He forces you in a position forces most players in a position where the fact that I have no choice but to either to challenge him in this 1v1 or just run out straight in the open into the Dance of the Lions, into the clutches of Nodra here. But this is the current updated list for map number 3 for your top kills here. And let's be honest, if we're talking about who's the better sniper here, like who has been showcasing so far, I still think it's Waikika Muko, because some of his shots and nade contribution has been ridiculously horrifying and also satisfactory to watch.
Oh yeah, we saw insane snipes, we saw Kobe nades. So yeah, I guess you can still say that he's probably the deadliest sniper out there. But then for 9 kills in that game, when you're playing at a disadvantage from the get-go, Victim Rise, they might not have won the round, but they definitely have attracted a lot of attention towards themselves.
Ooh, by the way, this is your updated match leaderboard. So Buriram, of course, going to be taking top spot here with 4 kills in total for themselves with the winner chicken dinner here. And I can tell you this, it's really crazy to find out, because you see the scoreboard, right? At one point, things was looking I thought it was looking great for Fury, because you remember Fury was slowly coagulating, right? They were getting kills, they were picking up members, they were even damaging some of the teams and putting them in a really hard place, right? But as they slowly got in, they ran into the clutches of X Stadium, who was already long position on that hill, and then really put them in a spot in a really precarious situation. But here, total leaderboard for day number 1, Fury still taking top spot here with the 1 chicken dinner for themselves. I think it's gonna be, this is gonna be, sorry, it's already updated here for themselves here. But since Fury is the top spot, since they have the most amount of kills here, we are still, I mean, the kill points only, it's more like separating between the boys and the men, right? Should there be a tiebreaker? So in this case, I guess this is a grand example of, should there be a tiebreaker, it will be decided based on how many total kills you have here. So in this case, Fury still in this lot.
I mean, it's pretty simple, right? Like, if everyone has the same chicken dinner, most kill wins. But so like in Fury's position, the only way you're gonna lose is if someone gets more kills than you, or if someone gets more chicken dinner than you. So it's kind of a battle between kills and chicken dinner. Chicken dinner is definitely more important in this case. It's kind of a bit of both. But you have to admit, the chicken dinner is more important than the kills that you get. However, so far we've only with 3 different teams getting that chicken dinner, you can say that Fury is in a very comfortable spot. But we saw Victim Rise. I think they have like total of 15-16 kills. They're in 5th, 6th place. The first 2 matches, they actually didn't get much kills at all. All for just 1 match, they've crashed into that top 8, which is a very impressive performance.
Well, that's exactly where we sort of bring back to what I was saying earlier as well, right? I believe some of this team still, like I said, it's still the first 3 maps of the day, it's also the first day as well. So people are still trying to kick into high gear and try to get those plans into motion, because there's a difference between theorizing like certain or preparing certain plans and putting them into practice, right? Especially on the grand scheme. You can't do this in pubs, you can't do this in like competitive. I mean, you can do it in competitive, but not to the exact team that you are studying for here. So in this case, I think some of the teams are still trying to kicking themselves into high gear slowly in this case, because I guess we're all old engines, right? We just need a kick to jumpstart properly to really get into gear, get into motions, right? But either way, Victim Rise is definitely on the rise, but so goes for some of the teams as well, as we also saw from the match, the accumulative leaderboard here. Some of the teams' rankings are slowly on the rise here, and people are slowly catching up.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And obviously at the end of the day, what matters the most is if you get those top 8 spots, right? Even if you don't get the chicken dinner, you need to make sure that at least you get to end the week with a bit of that, moolah, a bit of that goal. So this is also going to be a point of contention for all of these teams. Sometimes if you can't get the best, you can still settle for the rest. So a lot of limelight is being casted on the teams on the front page, but we still continue to see the shift between top 8 and bottom 8. So I think that's a good
Yep.
sign for the start of the league, and I hope it continues across these 3 weeks until we crown that grand champion.
Oh, definitely for sure. I just love the idea, the amount of talent slowly coming into the mix as well. Because let's be honest, right? I know I know I might sound a little bit biased, but it's the truth. Okay, it's the dang truth. Okay, here in Southeast Asia, whether Oceania or Philippines or Malaysia or Indonesia or even like Vietnam as well, Thailand, we have so many amazing young talents. It's just a matter of whether not just young talent, even existing talents, they're so skillful. It's just a matter of putting the right pieces into the right puzzle, that kind of situation. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming down to the 4th match of the day. It's gonna be on the map. We're coming back to the map of Miramar. All sand and dust all across the board, and the flight path is slowly flying towards the west to the east side, or at least the northwest to the southeast side of the map. Not too heavily though, it's still centralized. So now a lot of people will be able to land at their respective places here.
Alright, here we go. Match number 4. We've gotten 3 pretty wacky circles so far. Let's see if the 4th match is going to be a bit more generous. I hope it is. I honestly hope that this is gonna be a bit more generous. We don't get like 50% ocean, or I don't know. Just make it so we get like a full centralized mainland circle. I know it's a far-fetched thing because we don't control the RNG, but you know what they say, everything starts with hope. You gotta have hope, and Jexy is itching for a shot.
Yeah, but like how God is like with everyone in this game hoping to win, right? Can you imagine the traffic flow for the email towards God's office, right? So it's like constantly jammed. You could never read them all. Hence why he has never answered most of our prayers.
Oh my goodness! Okay.
But way,
okay. To be fair, there's lesser
kidding.
body of water. Lesser body of liquid. But still, it's still a pretty tricky circle because we're looking at the edge of the map, right? So much mountain.
Right.
I mean, I'm not complaining. I love it. Some people might call me evil. Oh, why you like these kind of circles? You guess what? Because it forces team to play creatively, and I do like this kind of mechanic, right? Because we've seen so much of teams just playing the conventional way. Sometimes when you put them in a tough spot, that's where we get to separate the good and the great team. But the replay on the screen right now is the final phase of the previous match, the 3-way gridlock, the 3-way conflict between GHD, Victim Rise, and Buriram United. Obviously, Game Home Hadong is going to be knocked out first, but look at the point of view of Noadra. That initial pickoff was the key to giving Buriram United Esports the eventual win. Those shots, look at this. Oh my goodness, just
honestly,
perfect.
Man. Dude, it's absolutely insane. And the worst part about it is, well, the guy from Victim Rise is trying to jiggle pick, but Collins here is just like, no, I don't have jiggle pick. I'm just gonna hold on the trigger. Once you pop up, you're done. You're gone. But either way, back to Miramar here. That last round, if you also notice that the amount of smoke trails, they were actually all being set up by Buriram. Like it wasn't like randomly thrown smokes. They positioned it themselves in this case here. But and speaking of which, this is Buriram United Esports, your Thailand team here, and of course defending champions from PCS3. By the way, in my opinion, they have always been the most consistent and stable team. Their rosters has not been changed. They're always there, and thankfully enough, they were ready during PCS3 to take the next step in their title here, to end the year with the championship spot for themselves. The hard work finally paid off, because from Charity Shrine all the way to PCS2, it has always been 3rd or 2nd place for them, never 1st. They finally got it through. They finally pulled through for them. I think that's really amazing for them. But the thing is this, right? So sometimes unlike Game Home Hadong here, right? They have more. I feel this team, even all the way back from Charity Showdown, right? They have their entire lifetime has always been like a roller coaster, right? They have great games. Like there'll be one round that was significant. They'll play amazingly well. They'll get a chicken dinner. They'll get like a bunch of kill scores as well back then. Then suddenly there'll be games where they have absolutely nothing, like no places, no nothing. So it's, for me, whenever I see Game Home game home Hadong here is always a roller coaster for me, and I'm always ready and excited to see how they play every single time.
Yep. Well, Victim Rise as Man finally able to join for match number 4. So they're gonna get for their entire squad ready and rolling. We saw them perform with 3 man and it was a sight to behold. Now they're gonna get back onto 100% power, and hopefully this is gonna improve that performance a bit more, because they were that close to a chicken dinner in the previous match. So hopefully this match is going to be the match.
Victim Rise with the buggy casually coming down. Indonesia team, by the way, this is going to be their 4th PCS entry. They weren't able to join during the charity showdown, but they were here since PCS1. They were able to always come back again. I love the consistency from the Indonesian team here. Members, however, Jibrit, we had to say goodbye to Jibrit and Kamal. You know, both of them slowly went on. Jibrit went to another existing team who's currently playing in this game for the PCS4, but they took in Man and TD, and I think that's been doing great so far. TD especially as well was able to pop off a lot of hits in the last 2 maps as well. And they almost got that chicken dinner in the last round. But then again, Buriram was just a little bit more creative when they're securing their positioning, especially towards the woodworks there in the last map. By the way, Sharper Esports is going to be Belma coming in hot.
Yeah, and we look at the headshot damage now. The updated one so far is still Ekimukau at the top.
4 in a row.
Yeah. This guy's a beast, you know, what can we say? But also some info for Balmov, you know, hailing from Thailand, the Sharper Esports. Obviously his preferred weapon, the Barrel M762. So you gotta take note of that. But obviously he's not gonna reveal his secret, at least not this time. So if you want to figure out what the DPI is, you gotta wait next time. And now Young B with the spray down. Everyone from number 1 dropping up on top of the hill, and they're gonna drop right into the crosshairs of BM United. Can they get any pickup? Those vehicles are smoking, but number 1 somehow survive. They drive away.
Yeah, let's be honest. Let's get one thing straight, right? Those cars are fast. They're by far one of the fastest cars in the game, right?
Oh,
but the only thing is this: they're terrible off-road, and JS gonna be able to casually knock down Nodra. And on this side, Nodra will be paying the price with his life, as he was not able to for crashing into a one-person's vehicle without having to pay for insurance here. By the way, Buriram we'll be starting things off once again in the game with 1 man short here. Pretty much similar to the last map as well. They tend to lose 1 man early, but they still will be able to make it to the very last part of the circle. Now it's just a matter of whether they're going to be able to keep things nice and close until then.
Yeah, majority of the teams have already rotated into the circle, and the center is absolutely crowded.
I told you, man. Everyone just wants to get to the very center of the circle, especially if it's towards a town. Like, towards the town of Impala, if I'm not mistaken. Everyone wants to get there.
That means, well, we'll say a bit more of a classic role, a classic game. You know, everyone just gunning for the center. I guess from the bird's eye view, it would look populated, but actually, a lot of teams are far apart. And now Eagle 365 finds himself some passing vehicles. No knockdowns, no explosions. The Expendables, they drive away. Hanzi is the last, the last watch tower, I would say, as the secondary team now fires. The Expendable just being really happy with that. Look at them, just running over road signs, sounding the honking the vehicles. Young B right in front, as he sees 4 trucks coming right through. Simon T also chipping in. These vehicles are resilient. Young B finally finds one, and he hits the jackpot as Levi's. Oh no! Oh boy! What a... Instead of giving it over to Young B, it's like, I'm sorry, buddy, but I'll make it up to you. Runs him over. So I guess BN United, they get no point. They get no point, that's for sure.
definitely for sure, dude. Dude, I want to imagine the comms. I want to hear the comms for that run.
Yeah, I want to hear the
because-
comments as well. It's like, oh no, I've been knocked out. Run me over right now. Come on, step on it.
No. Oh my god. Chloris gonna be knocked down away. We're gonna find inside as well from the back line. That's why you always gotta make sure you got your backside covered too, brother. He gets knocked down as well, but his team was able to go for the pick out and go for the save. But come on, Husky. Coming back to the comms, right? Come on, you gotta be more dramatic. It has to be something like, brother, I'm down. You gotta run me over. I can't do it, bro. You gotta run me over.
To be fair, I don't think there's so much time for that. It's probably just run me over now.
Yeah, come on, man.
Run me over right now.
Husky, you must understand. When you're a protagonist of your own story, time slows down.
You have watched too much war documentaries. What was it? What was that?
That's a lot. You gotta be more specific.
Yeah, give me some examples. I've
Saving
watched
Private
some
Ryan.
Saving Private 777. That's gonna be the name. That's one. That's a classic. I actually did not watch that. I've read about it, but
Tom Hanks movie, man. Come on.
Yeah, I know. I did not watch it. Surprisingly, I did not. But I did study about it for my class. Well, Venatica is gonna see the colony driving through. Just to the Scar L, but no shots connect, unfortunately.
Now slowly on the road to Brilliant City. Oh my god, a little bit close to comfort for Momo Dingy there. Car getting flips over rocks. No one, and that's why everyone hates off-road. I hate sand. Do you hate sand, Husky?
Do I hate sand?
I'm a classic Anakin Skywalker. I hate sand. He hates sand. It gets everywhere.
It
gets everywhere.
Not really. Actually, not really. I mean, it is annoying. Sand gets into your shoes, into your car, soils your carpet. But
you pretty much just listed everything.
Yeah. No, because when I was a kid, when I was in primary school, I used to travel to the beach a lot. When I visit my grandma's house, during the holiday. So I visit the beach a lot. So I guess in that sense I am really used to the sand. No, I like it, sand. But surprisingly, I've never built those really huge sand castles. It's just it's just those pile of sands where you dig and then you plop up, and then I like to watch the wave crash in and just demolish my fortress. And I've never buried myself in the sand like how they do in TV shows.
Yeah. I mean, that's why they call movies for a reason.
No, I guess it's not something that you see. I actually did not see a lot of people do it, even across the years. Maybe it's not a thing here. I don't know. It does take effort though to bury someone into the sand and be like, look at me, I can't move my body.
I mean, it takes a lot of effort to bury someone unintentionally, No, sorry, intentionally, actually.
That takes even more effort.
But just like their Flash, his sandcastle came crashing down as TD picks him up with the M14.
What a long shot.
Day trade losing another memory here. The thing is this, right? So like I said, everyone's just racing into the circle. There's not much bloodshed at all. I think that there was only 3 casualties, right? 3 death penalties so far. But we're definitely going to be seeing a lot more contests, especially towards the northwest side here of the circle. If it proceeds towards the east, but no, thankfully enough, it actually persists towards the north side here. So there will be skirmishers, but there will not be pushes coming from any of the team unless they're going to be really greedy. But however, Day Trade, they are stuck in a ditch between 2 squads here. So they're going to be a little bit careful for nades for that one.
Oh, yes. Well, Eagle 365 having to brave that blue zone for a bit. Pretty slow start considering how active the previous 3 games were. Only 3 members have been knocked out, but one is from Day Trade, one is from the Expendables, and the last one, Birmingham United. Speaking about Birmingham United, they're about to crash into the compound of Game Home Hadong, and that's a detour. They are out.
Ooh, out and gone. out and gone for safety. However, definitely not out of the fight just yet. Conflict is the name of the game. Literally, it is called Battleground for a reason. You cannot evade battles for as long as you live, as long as this sucker continues to persist. Sharper Esports slowly converging towards the location of Buriram. I believe Belmont already has scouted things out for the team. And also with the reassurance of his team towards his backside, he doesn't really have to worry too much about being backstabbed or being sniped from behind.
Oh boy.
He sent the more priority towards the left. But now I'm seeing casually mows down John Koo and literally transitioning for a 2K. Spraying down towards the back line. Gloom! He's feeling so gloomy because he never saw it coming. 2K for the team, and now Jayers and Gems, they're all alone and they cannot save their team. They're left to die. And the worst part, Namsi didn't even finish him off just yet until the very last minute because he wants to lure them out.
Yeah, I mean, Namsi, the perfect hiding spot. Eagle 365 sending Shibrit alone. He's driving in as well. Let's see if he can draw attention. A lot of teams are hearing the engine. Sharper Esports also coming in from the western side as well. As you can see, Team Bliss, they are also making the same move with Fury right in front, keeping Team Bliss at bay. The Oceania counterpart is going to struggle. We will be expecting a conflict with Team Bliss. It seems like they will move right through.
Oh, no.
As X Stadium, they are here as well. Team number 1, gotta run, go 12. Gotta take those painkillers first. He might be trapped. Let's see, X Stadium, they're not coming out of that warehouse, so there's still room for team number 1 to work with. But this is getting very, very congested.
Oh man, it's also getting a little bit tight, especially towards the southeast side there too. 5 teams relatively close, open plains by the way, with not much cover here, and the circle persists away for them. Teams will be lost in this area, and looks like Team Expendables, they're stuck between not just 1 but 3 teams are literally hovering all around. Supplies are running low for them too, since they were too busy trying to rush into the circle. Ronan coming in with the biggest Kobe of his life, connects, does the frag to finish off Diamante, but his supplies will not go to waste, as now the team has 1 less mouth to feed, and they will take more supplies for themselves.
Not really sure if that's the best case scenario, but you gotta make do. Because unfortunately, Team Bliss, they're only down to it's only down to 1 last guy, you know, and it's gonna be Textile trying to drive away into the breeze, but the car not looking so good. It's gonna be flaming soon. Go down. It's driving straight into Fury. Textile engine going down. Oh, and that is the crash. Here comes the push chest getting pushed by 2 members. Those nades are flying through as well. Eagle 365 wanted to go for the challenge. Chess King able to get himself outside the building, and now it's gonna play Ring Around the Rosie. But does he know where the members of Eagle 365 are? They're gonna try to pincer him with a split maneuver. But we're also looking at Eddie taking on Belmont. And Belmont's taking down to the blue zone. Nate coming right through. Eddie just gonna move away from there. It doesn't really matter anymore, as AAA now trapped in a pretty bad position. Attack all around. Not really sure if they want to be here, but they will have to try and make their way uphill.
Still gotta wait with the time as well. Cars are just running down the hill. Almost could be flipped there, but he controlled it well enough to maintain it. Belmont was actually gonna die to the zone itself. Jesus, knock down and die. But they got no choice as well.
I think Belmont fell or something. Oh no, he did not.
I mean, it doesn't look like it was a foul. I think he got the zone, but no, the car has no wheels.
Oh.
No way, God meow. What a jerk. Like, as it is, right, it's already difficult for a vehicle to scale a cliff, right? Now, can you imagine if your car just, not just shot, like your car just suddenly lose all its wheels. The guy just gave up, dude. He just gave up everything.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And look at AAA. Trapped outside the blue zone. JS, he kind of knows where Godmail is. Godmail is actually just going to take the car and go. Oh, boy. Grand Theft Auto at its finest now. Attack all around. They got to scale the cliff. But this is going to be pretty difficult as we're looking at phase number 5 commencing in 5 seconds. Let's see where the circle is going to be. A lot of all the teams are still alive as the circle is gonna go straight towards the eastern side again with the freeway in the middle. Attack all around. Finally bows out to the blue zone.
Death to the zone for sure. There's no way he could come in either with, especially with Godmeow blocking his entry path into the zone. No cars, no nothing, very little supplies as well. Might as well just die to the zone so it doesn't give that free point away. But either way, Buriram, like I said, they did lose Nodra very early into the game. Pretty much very similar scenario that they had during the map of Erangel here. But they're still strong. They had a couple of kills with decent amount of positioning as well. And Victor Rise from Indonesia, they're slowly running in. Gotta be careful with those bikes as well. We all had the nightmare of our bikes flipping or exploding or dying at the same time. Don't know how that works, but it worked. It happens. But Alex was able to go for a couple of tags. No knocks though. Almost connects it. Just had to continue the process for it. He finally gets it on TD. TD gets knocked down, but he is in the form of cover in some form of ditch in the open area, so they should be able to get to him in time. Shabbar Esport is finally going to be meeting up with Buriram here, but Buriram has the high ground, and looks like Shabbar Esport is also boxing from the other side. Conancy gotta be careful, but he gets away with a sliver of his HP. Conancy, how are you surviving this?
And here comes the
Now they're
flashbang.
pushing up the
Flashbangs and nades getting thrown out. Conancy is back in action. Godmail having a perfect position, and the attacks are gonna come through with this Mini 14. Let's get a couple of hits, but not enough just yet. As look at who is behind Sharper Esport. It's the expendable Sharper Esport caught between two different teams, rock in a hard place. They're able to get two down. Idiot Canuxy is down, but Godmail gets the perfect shot. 6 stacks. It's going to be out. Sharper Esports eliminated. Godmail now having to hold back the expendables. The fight is not over yet. Burham United needing to stay alive on the head back of Godmail, but his teammates have already been eliminated by GHD, Game Home Hadong, taking out the rest of Burham United. Godman is the last man alive, and Bomb will send him packing. BRU will be out in 14th.
Buriram telling themselves to the fact that, okay, maybe we could settle with Sharper Esport, but not with another fresh new team coming in to do the cleanup crew here. But anyway, team number 1, literally the last 2 members will sacrifice themselves to the zone as they couldn't make it in time as they got boxed out. Now the rest of the team, Expendables, still only 1 man standing. Sorry, not 1 man standing. Who is that with the TV? Oh, sorry, Tim Bliss. Tim Bliss with 1 member standing here, trying to stay alive as much as not. X Stadium almost ate the nade in the face. They get tagged though, but still surviving in the round. Team Expendable slowly converging towards the west side to get all these kills and getting rid of the backstab with both Game Home and even X Stadium at the same time. They're confident with the frags. They're ready to go for the roundabout. But look at Archangel Predators. They're on the hunt. They want to see if they can back some Expendables from behind. Nades are coming in. Knocks are knocking down here. Who's going to be coming up top?
The Expendables getting ready for a very heated fight. 3 men left alive. X Stadium. J Ken is down. Can they reach him though? Fur is holding the rest of the Expendables back, but Levi's trying to peek around the corner, playing with those smoke. Molly coming through. Fur getting forced out as those flames are going to start barbecuing him. The Expendables will make their way onto high ground as they start throwing out those utilities to keep X Stadium back, and that's going to give the Expendables a bit more ground and a bit more safety net. As X Stadium they will now have to slowly siege high ground.
Looks like still going to be trying to buy the time. X Stadium is ever so close. He finally up the hill on open ground. They thought they had the advantage, but Game Home comes in from behind. Disgusting was able to go for the spray down and securing and shutting down Gakon here. Now the team are in complete disarray as everyone is having, this is the true love triangle or the Bermuda triangle happening between these 3 teams on top of this flat lands here. Now the goal right now is to survive, is to get into the zone, to get from behind. X Stadium was able to find one transition into the 2K, follow up with the 3K. It looks like they won't be able to gun them all down. Fur couldn't get the 3K for the team. However, it doesn't matter. He's there to pick up his teammate, and they're getting ready, and they better be ready. to get into the zone for the clash. Day Trade still playing around the edge. Spots one. He's trying to secure as many kills as much as possible. KS or not, it doesn't matter. Gets gunned down instead. Gotta be really careful about it. He has not much cover left. And the blue zone is persisting very soon in a minute.
Yeah, not much how to work with. Getting tagged, but 3007. It's only the last man alive. As 74L1 just goes for that drive-by and finish off game home Hadong. Out in 10th place. X Stadium still staying alive, but Venatica joins the fight. Ferg gets taken down. Venatica and Puchos holding hands and trying to push into the zone. As they are playing from the circumference, this perimeter is going to tighten up pretty soon, so they gotta push on forward. First dive to the blue zone, and they find second one! Turn around! 74L1! He turns around, but Puchos! Oh my man! Able to finally close the book as X Stadium gets eliminated. Day Trade, they stay alive, and Nan's gonna get bombed. Waikikamuka again with the nade. Second Kobe coming through. Can he land a 3-pointer? He's shot, and he is still gonna be alive. Day Trade is out. Ikamuka lands the second one onto Nan. How is this man so darn consistent as Archangel Predator facing the Fury of Fury? Ronan watching this angle. Now it's a battle to get into the safe zone.
Oh my lord, I am not a fan of this safe zone. All open grounds, all open fields. There's not much difference in elevation. There's no high vantage point either. There's just really small bumps of land here for them to play with. We see Archangel Predator, they do have the car, and they are positioning themselves at the base of the hill. At least that way they can gun down anyone who comes on top of them here. But they do not want to hold out themselves out here any longer because they are still not in the zone. We already see Victim Rise already well positioned themselves here to go for the gunfire here. The colony trying to bite back to get control of this hill. At least that way they can prep to go for this potential last round fight here. Inside finds Carls, goes on the knockdown. Eagle 365. They're going to take the long run. They're going to scale up the cliff because they know they don't want to take any more clashes. Their main priorities is just to get into the zone. Ronan finds Mad Dog, sprays him down, finish him off for good. CJ goes to the back line, finds Ronan, gets him knocked down. Now the team has no choice but to fall back to try to pick up his teammate because every member counts at this point. Flute finds Algin Bots, knocks him down with a beautiful headshot spray, by the way. And they're still trying to find more members as he's trying to smoke them out with the nades and the utility. Flood pushes forward, but CJ gets the top on him a little bit too fast here. But here comes inside the cleanup house here. But no, he goes to the tabs, and CJ will take advantage of that situation. The spray inside down. Waikikamuka whooping the one to seal the deal for the team, to turn things around so to ensure that his team are still in the game to play. Now, thankfully enough, Waikikamuka could have potentially been the last man standing, but he's alive, he's well, he's going to be able to pick out the two remaining teammates here to go for the saves.
Just in time. How many times have we seen Waikikamuka consistently putting out the results? Even in rounds that they don't get the chicken dinner, he delivers a C1-15G, going for the challenge, and he wins it, hands down. Mamanji getting challenged as well as Victim Rise coming through. We're down to the top 4 team. It's Ego 365 with the most members. Gen Foss getting that track, but it's not enough. Mamanji and Alec, they both get taken down, and it's going to be a tight one. Ego 365, they have total control of that safe zone. But we're looking at Victim Rise and Fury, two teams who are no strangers to that top 3. Fury, they have won chicken dinner already. Victim Rise, they were close in match 3. Now they're looking for this one. And, you know, Eagle 365, they definitely won this. They have the man advantage. Can they close this out?
It's definitely gonna be the number. They do have the number advantage. They do have the positioning as well. Since they took the long route to scale up the cliff, it took them a while. It did risk their lives, but they took that gamble and it paid off for them. Now it's just a matter of taking full control, and that the only way for them to get the control of this full left side is to dominate Victim Rise. But Team Fury or Waikikamuka is trying to find the opportunity to backstab Victim Rise from the back line. I don't think they spotted him just yet, but they're going to try a couple of utility to try to smoke them out. Molly's are coming in. Waikikamuka was able to find Man and goes on the drop down as well. Eagle 365 not too far behind is also joining in the fray. Goes on the low, goes on the drop. It looks like Fury instantly will get picked off as Eagles 365, like the animals they are swooping in for the kills. And up Victor Rise, Genfolk gets knocked down and also will be picked off and finished off as Eagle 365. Will be securing winner chicken dinner for this map number 4.
It is late into the evening, late into the night, but Eagle 365 Esports will get themselves this chicken dinner for supper, and this is also their first winner chicken dinner, putting themselves up on the board, securing top 4 at least for now until until we get more teams getting that chicken dinner. But at least they get themselves top 4. The kills is not gonna matter it's not gonna matter too much outside of top 4. It's now between them and the other 3 teams: Burm United Esports, Fury, and I believe the last one is who's the last team that got BN United. Yeah. So it's between them and these 3 teams when it comes to kill, and when it comes to chicken dinner, they guarantee top 4. So congratulations to Eagle 365, a team that was in top 8 regardless of the chicken dinner, and now they finally earned themselves the first one.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic as well. Because if we are going to be trying to compare from the last time we saw Eagle 365, they're back all the way to PCS1 here. It's an absolute difference here. Although yes, their performance is slowly rising through the ranks here. Them earning this chicken dinner for this map number 4. This is a statement from them, saying the fact that, like, if you guys are not careful, if you guys are not willing to take risky gambles like we did from the last round, we are going to be coming up to swoop down to get that with that last top spot for ourselves. And they did it really well and with style as well. But I think if we are looking at the total accumulated points for the leaderboard, I still think if both of our math is correct, right? I believe Fury will still be in the top spot there, because although yes, they did not get the chicken dinner here, but the number of kills that they earned from that round itself, 25 kills, 25 fragging all across the board. That's in total for themselves. That's going to be a huge boost in their leaderboard for themselves. But either way, MVP from Eagle 365 is going to be Chibre, who was previously from Victor Rise, our Indonesian player, coming in strong here for this new team lineup, as he is one of the 2 players, Chibre and Hansi, are going to be replacing their previous members, Man and Entry Fragger from Eagle 365 Esports. And I think they are a well-equipped addition into the team, a well-placed lineup.
Yep, and at the same time, it's Vindication as well, taking down your ex-teammates. And during the contention for a chicken dinner, that it's gotta be a morale boost to look at the top 5 leaderboard for kills for match number 4. Chibre leading with 4, followed by Puchus from Day Trade with 3 kills. Then we have Jexy from again Eagle 365 with 3, Ronan from Fury with 3, and finally we have X Stadium 74L1 with 3 kills as well. Pretty even distribution across the board, but what matters is that Eagle 365 get the chicken dinner, and they also plant themselves in top 4 temporary.
But of course, just like you said, Husky, it is only temporary. This is still day 1. Anything and many things can happen and can be changed. But at least right now, at least in day number 1 here, we still have 2 more matches that is currently underway here before the end of today for this night. But at least in this case, from this 4th match, we sort of have our few top 5 closest team, the probability of securing the winner chicken dinner, at least here.
Yeah, and we just have 2 more to go. Match 5 is going to be Irango again, and of course the final match will go back to Birama, and the desert is going to close out our day. And speaking about that, we're going to go for a short commercial break, but when we come back, 2 more matches to go, and we'll see who will be crowned the leader by the end of day 1. We'll be right back.
Bring a piece of me. We could be like fire. No one could put us out. We burn so bright, and they will compromise. Just to feel the energy of our light. Yeah, we could burn like fire, 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 fire. Yeah, we could burn like fire, 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 fire. waiting for? What you waiting for? What you waiting for? What you waiting for? What you waiting for? If we fell into an ocean, it wouldn't harm or hold us down. No, we could never ever drown. Eh. And if the desert winds find us, eh, I will shield you from the pain, from thunder and the rain. My strength will never change, and my love will never fade away. We could be like fire. No one could put us out, we burn so bright, and they will compromise just to feel the energy of our life. Yeah, we could burn like fire, 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 fire. Yeah, we could burn like fire, 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 fire. What you waiting for? What you waiting for? What you waiting for? What you waiting for? What you waiting for?
And welcome back to the PCS APAC region
And
season
my dear
4.
friend,
We have two
your voice
more.
is so soft I can't even hear you.
Welcome back, PCS Continental season 4.
I think you gotta unmute the mic, my friend.
And I did. What are you talking about? Can you hear me? I'm back right here.
Can't hear you, buddy.
You can't hear me? Am I? Hello? Yeah. Come on, Yololi. My producer
I can't
says
hear.
I can hear me. My producer says I am audible. But anyways, we're back. 2 more matches left to go. My name is Husky, and of course I'm joined
So
by
this
the
one
one and
died.
only
No
Yololi. And obviously, right off the gates, I got absolutely trolled. You owe me a meal for making me look back now. I'm just let's look at the match leaderboard, okay? I'll get you
Dude,
this is why I show you
okay.
that new headset before we jump into the broadcast, right? It was a premonition to your dying earphones. But let's look at the match leaderboard quickly before we jump into match number 4. It is Ego365 taking the winner chicken dinner for match 4. Fury in second place. We have Back Stadium in third, and of course Victim Rise in fourth place. But all you have to know is that Ego365 got that chicken dinner, and Fury, who already has a chicken dinner, got themselves 9 kills. So they definitely will be in the first spot if my math serves me correctly.
Yep, Fury is still, of course, going to be still maintaining that dominant lead towards the top spot here. And they're looking really good about it as well, because except for, if we're looking about Fury's performance for today, right? Besides the third match, or the second one, I forgot which one was it. I believe it was the third one. Yes, it was on the third map. Besides that one, which Fury got picked out relatively early, they have always been not only securing chicken dinners, but they're always getting into top 3s. You know, top 3s or top 5s. You know, they're always out there. And if we're talking, if there was placement points, then we're gonna be seeing a totally different scoreline. But right now, we're only focusing on more simpler, straightforward format, which I liked it as well. It makes it a lot simpler to calculate, where you and I, we don't have to crack our brains every single time when we're calculating accumulative points on the fly. This makes it more simple, it's more straightforward, and I think it's more better as well, because like now it's literally crowning, like you gotta be there, like you gotta get top spot if you want to be champion. You know, you can't be champion by amount of points, you know, that kind of thing. For some people it might take some time to get used to it, but for now, this is a great start for all these new teams. They're still also going to be able to earn something. Not to say there's no kill points though. The number of kills that you have still will be able to earn you guys a little something later on. By the way, seriously, dude, I'm so sorry. Once I died, I didn't know that, man. Come on, man. This earphone,
come on.
It has been my partner for 12 years. Okay,
12 years.
Yeah, 12 years.
Yeah, okay. It's
a very old model. You can see it's like cracks on everything now.
Right. Yeah, you gotta. I think it's time that I get you a new one.
No. Hey, no. You can't get me a new one, man. I can't ask you to do that for me. No way. By the way, coming back to the game. So far, we already went through 4 games, right? We went through 4 matches, and usually from PCS3, which is normally 4 matches, they have 6 matches. We sort of like have a great, decent rundown, because like it's always 4 matches. If it's 4 matches, it's always 2x2, right? 2 Erangels, 2 Marama. We sort of get the gist, right? Like 50% or the capabilities of the team, whether they are 50% successful on Erangel, 50% successful on Marama, or maybe 100% win rate all across the board, right? So far, what do you think? Because in my opinion, like I'm just gonna throw it out there. So far, Fury has great success, like 70% success of the time between both of these maps. It's definitely way different compared to their storyline from the last 2 PCS. Way different, because now it's like absolutely consistent damage and positioning and kills, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think other than Fury, we have Victim Rise. I think Victim Rise is slowly start getting the engines running. Burham United, I wouldn't say they are there yet. You know, they have a good round 3, but that's pretty much it. So if you ask me my top 3, I probably will be looking at Fury, Victim Rise, and the last one probably the Expendables. I think the Expendables also have been showing consistent results. The only downside is that they have not gotten a chicken dinner just yet, so they need that in their trophy case to have a decent, to have like the complete arc. But let's take a look at game number 5. Maybe this is the one for the Expendables to run away with, as Fury have a huge percentage of votes to get that chicken dinner. 35.7, followed by Birmingham United Esports with 25, and team number 1 with 20 in the top 3. The flight path from south to north, starting from the military base, but a bit more towards the eastern side. So we're looking at Rozok, Pachinki, the Povka, Yasnaya, Polyana, these kind of drops. Jogopul and Zarki, these areas which normally you see people going to, will be a bit more empty. But we're looking at Magic Esports against X Stadiums from the get-go. Those gunshots are coming through, and we are having a bit of a suspense. But I'm guessing, from the statistic, I think Tonke is going to take out Gakon.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure. Tonke is by far the last consistent member in Magic Esports, because let's be honest, Magic Esports from Thailand, they had a massive, and I mean a massive roster change, only leaving Tonke being the sole last member of the team. But here's goes the trade, goes to the knockdown as well, and thankfully enough, although yes, Leon did get knocked down, but he is still alive and well. And Tonke is there to pick him up to save the day. And just to be on the safe side, even Neotica is securing the flanks here for the team during this location. But the thing is, we saw the circle, right? Beautiful, centralized circle. It's very centralized. People don't have to worry too much about mass rotations, no mass migration either. Everyone can be very casual and play around the edge of the circle, which everyone likes and has been doing on this map of Erangel. Now it's just a matter of just securing this each of their specific settlement, which they have dropped down with other teammates. They already know. For example, right now Magic Esports is going toe-to-toe with X Stadium, and they know they're already one man short. But JCan and 47 Fly, 74 Li are one of the few anchors of the team, so they are still fighting fit for this contention despite losing one man.
Oh yeah. I think they are in a pretty decent place, right? When you're holding these compounds, most of the times you will have the advantage if your opponent decides to kind of push you and approach those angles. But Neotica is going to see a secondary member from the side of X Stadium, and it's going to be JCan having his head pretty much exposed. It's going to allow Chazing to throw in the nade, does tag onto JCan, but thankfully JCan stays alive.
Ooh, JCan getting out of that situation with the skin of his teeth. That would have been an insane nade if he was directly upon it. He was just barely at the side to get the majority of the damage as well. Almost sustained. It could have been a big one as well. Like, let's be honest, because if JCan were to be knocked right here and right now, JCan will instantly bulldoze forward alongside with Neotica, because that will be the call sign for them to secure and overrun that house. Or at least commit more utilities, because right now utilities between, especially for nade wise in the nade departments, is pretty much very slim for both of these teams, because they only looted like a very small vicinity of the area. I'm assuming about like at least 6 to 7 houses here, and 6 to 7 houses is just enough to supply the team, but not enough to really fully equip them with the utilities they're trying to hope to go for here. Hence why you see Tonke slowly leading the charge forward to secure this round.
Yep, and they're going for the push towards X Stadium. They already took down one, and now they want to make sure that X Stadium does not have any remnants to tell a sweet story of redemption. Here comes JCan, starting out with the nade. X Stadium, they're with a disadvantage, but they want to take the fight straight towards Magic Esports, and that's going to be JCan's undoing. He gets the medic proc out. Chazing with the first and the second. The Bison just way too strong, at least in these kind of combats early on. First going to be the last one. They molly him, they fry him, they take him out. And Magic Esports goes Houdini and make sure that X Stadium gets knocked out.
Man, this is still holding on the line. Never underestimate the Bison with such a huge ammo in the clip as well. They just constantly hip fire too. SMG class too. So gotta be a little bit careful. Darcy is here, woo! With the Hot Wheels skin, I love it. Makes you feel like it just reminds me of my Hot Wheels collection kids days when I was younger. But anyway, this was one of the few rematch from the previous round between these top 3 teams. Fury trying to take full advantage of the size. He want to try to gain the full control, but sadly enough, Eagle 365 play a little bit more long distance. Try to play a little bit more distance here. Literally forcing Victim Rise to the decision of the fact that they had to clear out Fury, who was a lot more closer here. And Eagle just comes in to swoop in for the kill.
And just look at this. This flashbang push. Oh my goodness, Hansi doing God's work. He flashed the two guys from VTR and he just ran in. And these are the small details that we don't get to see, but thanks to our observers, it's amazing attention to detail. We get that amazing slow-mo. You look at Victim Rise, they put their hands up to block the flash, but it ends up being the sign of them surrendering their lives. It's Eagle 365 now in our on the screen. As we also look at the player kills into the top 5, match 1 to 4. Gen Force leading the chart with 13, followed by Waikikamuka with 11. Also from GHD Game, Home Hadong Gardenway with 10, Eagle 365, Chibirit with 8, and finally the Expendables Namsi with 8 kills as well.
Oh man, this is the updated one as well. Genforce has been sniping a lot of players, a lot of teams so far. He has been not just only entry fragging, but also frontlining a lot for the team, for Victim Rise here. Waikikamuka, I can guarantee you, he is also not only getting a bunch of kills on the top, although he didn't get top 1 for this one, but I can guarantee you guys this, he's still top 1 for the amount of headshots he has in this game. But anyway, this is Eagle 365, your returning team from PCS1, coming with new fire, with new lines as well, with Gibrit on the whole here, and it suits. I believe really with Gibrit, with the addition to the line here, it sort of just suits their play style a lot. They allow to play a lot more safer. They play a lot. The thing is this: they're more. I wouldn't say they're passive about it. It's just the fact that they are willing to take gambles for certain positioning. You know, the kind of thing where they theorize and strategize a little bit more before just aggressively pushing forward. And Gibrit just knows how to hold the W as well. Just sort of just plays alongside with the rest of the members of the team.
Yeah, you sometimes you gotta know how to slam on the brakes, and we're looking at Eagles 365 with a lot more discipline. At least so far, that's what we've seen. The game is definitely going to slow down a bit, especially when all these teams have ample compound to work with these kind of circle. Team number 1, also a team that we've seen pretty often across these 4 matches, but mostly on that kill feed, being on the receiving end. You know, being the people that got taken out.
Okay, you know, okay, so Husky, I'm so sorry, but okay, the reason why I was laughing is not because of you or anything. It's just the fact that if you notice the pictures for team number 1's player lineup, right? So very often in esport, we have the classic, you know, crossing your hands on your shoulders.
Yeah, come on, that was
middle. These guys, I can tell you this. These
I
are
like
the
this.
classiest. Yeah, they
I
are
like
the
this.
classiest. That's the classiest esport player profile picture I ever see. You see, this is all normal. Right? I see everyone's picture is pretty much normal, standard, right? Everyone's just posing with crossing their hands, right? But what I saw from team number 1, they are the classiest. I don't care, man.
I
top-notch
like it.
pictures. I love it.
you gotta get the players to be a bit more creative. You know, like put your arms out, flex those biceps. I don't know, give them a level 3 helmet that they can wear. No, there's a lot of things that you can do. And obviously, we're not saying that if you don't pose, you are not good at photography or posing. It's not that, but
of course,
a bit of creativity just go a long way.
Dude, seriously, I for a minute there, I almost forgotten that this was Asia Pacific. I thought they were like some
come on, you can't.
Something.
Come on, man.
No, I meant it in a good way. Come on, I thought they were an idol group with the dress code and the posing.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that was so cool.
Hey, Southeast Asia. We need our own idol group. Idol group. Well, PUBG at least.
I think we have.
yeah. Well, I think we just found one. You know, team number 1. There we go. The name says it all. Headshot damage though in terms of the chart, and you can look at it. Waikikamuka still at the top after 4 games.
I think, like, even if Waikikamuka doesn't land any headshot for 2 rounds straight, I still think he's gonna be top number 1 because he's been landing too many. 800 points. Like previously it was 700, and the difference between the ranking between top 1 and top 2 in the last mapping on the last list, it was 400 to 500 points difference. At least now, yes, now it's a little bit more closer, but I still think no one can top it at least for the next 3 rounds here.
Oh yeah. Finally, we get a more normal or generous circle towards the north side, separated by a river. Day trade. They're gonna be the
Gotta go for
first one to
swimming.
check in.
Hey man, swimming is great, you know. Drinking water is great, and that's what you guys should be doing. Don't forget to drink water, guys. Stay hydrated, stay healthy, because a healthy mind, a healthy body is a happy one. By the way, coming back to the game, we see Game Home Hadong. Also one of the few returning teams from the PCS, one of the few classes coming back into the fray. Haven't really changed their lineup. And team number 1, the Vietnam Idol group. Beautiful pictures as well. Gonna go for a couple of spray down. And looks like we see Team Bliss, not too far behind for the gun chase. Fast and furious right here, right now. And the third team is also converging upon them.
Oh boy, the Expendables.
Oh,
They're
Nate's
all gonna
not
drive
prepared,
through
dude.
Victim Rise's territory. The Expendables park themselves on this water tower on top of the hill, and oh boy, here we go. Game Home right in the territory of Victim Rise. TD gotta take this fight, throws out the nade. Disgusting takes out TD. Nothing much that he can do. The nade goes off a bit too late. TD right out in the open, and he will be executed by Glories. As Game Home Hadong, they pull the trigger, they see the green light, and they just go straight for the jugular. Victim Rise gotta immediately evacuate. Backup is actually gonna come through. They have to take this fight, and look at what's happening right now. Game Home Hadong surgically dispatching Victim Rise, and they take over that compound.
Oh, that was a beautiful crash into the side as well. Really threw off one of the team members of Dog. Could a little bit close though, a little bit too close for one of the Victim Rise players here, but that doesn't really matter. The compound, they already got a staging point in the compound. Now it's just a matter of clearing things out. Day trade not too far behind, trying to pick them up from the sideline. We even saw Team Expendable still having the high ground on top near to the water fountain as well. But they're not going to be challenging that point just yet. They do not want to really reveal the fact that they're still up there. Fury, on the other hand, trying to slowly still got into the zone, but still playing around the edge. Same goes for BN United here. Everyone's just taking things nice and slow. This is Erangel, where things are a little bit more slower compared to Miramar.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think this is definitely going to be, I would say, it's not just a slower match, but a more tactical match, right? Everyone has this compound. It's up
pretty
to
much, yes.
those decision makings, right? How do you push a compound? How do you take over areas that you want to claim, or how do you take over areas that is occupied? Burham United, Noandra is going for a bit of a scout and making sure that everyone has that vehicle. A team that got a chicken dinner so far, but the performance is a bit on the scale. Sometimes they have a good round, but sometimes they get taken out way too early.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much. It's just honestly, it's just one of those days, right? Like I think it's the same for every other tier 1 teams, right? There'll be days where you have a very amazing performance or an amazing game, and there were just times where your games are just be like, why am I playing today? This is not my day or not my time, right? That kind of moment. But anyway, this is the second last map of the night. And also, most of the team, Buriram and those teams that has already secured their first chicken dinner are definitely planning to extend their lead by securing the next 2 chicken dinners, the next 2 remaining chicken dinners in the field. But Flood getting ready to take the front line alongside his teammate to crash into the compound as they want to try to not only force out anybody who's in safety or in cover, but in hopes to also prepare to go for this slight engagement. Team number 1 gotta be careful, especially for Sapu. He did get tagged in the head as well. That's a lot of damage. 1/4 of his health bar gone instantly. Team Expendable has already rotated down the hill, positioning themselves in the way they can gun out anyone from the water bends. But team number 1 still not out in the clear. They thought they found a safe spot there, but they're still being tagged from the long south side of the map.
Yeah, and the team number 1, they're not catching a break at all. As Burham United, Godmail takes on Neotica. At Magic Esports, they try to drive right through the firing range, and Noandra is on that vehicle. They're coming in for the drive-by. Neotica goes down, but look at who is in front of Magic Esports. The Dark Angel Predator. This is going to be a wild chase. We're looking at all these teams in their vehicle with their guns out, guns barrel pointing at each other. As Chizing is gonna drive straight into the pit.
No,
Expendables, they're waiting,
that's
and he's
the
gonna fight
line,
him.
bro.
Chizing is down. Chizing is out. The Expendables Levi turns around. Namzi gets the trade. This is messy. As finally Leong's kill is gonna disembark from their vehicle, but he is out in the open. They coming through over the top. Leong's kill trying to survive, gets in the vehicle, but bomb just takes him out. And Magic Esports, they are out.
Oh, I don't blame them either because like from the direction they were coming from towards the north-south side, right? They were all the members of the entire members of Team Expendables. They were all parked in a ditch. There was a hill there which sort of camouflage their vehicles and their positioning. So as they drive by, they will only notice the vehicles, or at least some of the members of Team Expendables, until it's too late. And it was too late. Two members instantly sprayed down in their vehicle. We saw Namsi barely getting out. Tong K, he got tagged. He got stuck in the vehicle too, but he knows that death is imminent. He tried to make a play, but sadly enough, it was not enough to save the day.
I mean, it's those kind of games, you know. There's nothing much that you can do. Getting the circle a bit towards the southern side of Rozok, outside of the perimeter of school as well. Fury, they're already in the circle. Archangel Predator smack in the middle as they trade. They're also gonna start rotating, and because Fury already have a good spot,
Ooh.
and they also know where Archangel Predator are located, Waikiki Muka is gonna work his magic again.
Oh, MK14. Beautiful. Here comes the Darcy, gonna be picking up the last remaining members. Now this could be dangerous though. 4 members in a car, and this is what I was afraid of, because instantly someone can be picked off, and 6 Sacks will be finding its target on the mark, and the car is gonna blow and take someone down with them at the same time. They're now gonna be doing up the cleanup crew, and all that's left is dear Konexi. He gets tagged, his leg gets spotted out in the open literally from the little pieces on the openings of the car. The flaming vehicle that was left out, but finally Konexi, it picked up by 6 Sacks. And Bori Rong will not be able to extend their lead further, or even try for the matter, as they are all currently dead.
BN United, they crash into this warehouse, but into the hands of AAA. Attack all around. It's gonna go for that all around attack. Those things are flying through, explosions just everywhere. No! There's a knockdown from there. Yumbi gets taken out as well. Attack all around just overwhelms BN United. And in one fell swoop, Attack all around gets themselves a full squad who fell prey.
Absolutely, it feels absolutely great for them right now because of the fact that like they managed to secure the sites, but most importantly, Eagle 365 Esports, they weren't able to get any kills for themselves for this round. They did have some few tags in the game, but they are leisurely preparing for the zone. They're always casually, slowly pushing themselves out to get a nice vantage and an advantage position. But they did get spotted out though, and they potentially could be flying by both Team Bliss and even Team Number 1 at the same time if they are not too careful about it. Waikiki Muka once again headshot towards JS, attack all around. He's definitely not happy with this one, but nades are coming in. This could potentially be the second death pit we see in the map of Erangel. But Henzi comes in with a beautiful Kobe as it comes in and nails a beautiful 3-pointer for the team. And all that's left.
Oh my
the remaining
goodness.
member, but looks like Mioro Team Number 1. They also are joining in the fray with the symphony of nades. And Vandal gotta be really careful for the team. Nades are happening all across the board. Apparently, Husky, when the first nade goes off, the rest of the nades across the map is also happening.
Yeah, this is a grenade shower from so many teams. The push is there.
Oh my god.
As Game Home Hadong will take out Victim Rise. But they gotta outrun this zone. And whoever gets out, whoever can make it into the circle will survive. And this fight continues. Game Home Hadong is gonna look disgusting through that blue zone. But Team Bliss, they're not having a good time. The drive-by is there. The Expendables just come through. And they finish off Game Home Hadong. Team Bliss brain fights 2 with that nade onto both Vandal Knight and Dexy. and it's only Chibrit still alive. Namsi now is coming in with his own flash. We're looking at so many different angles. Team Bliss getting the members back up, and Textile goes right back down. Namsi with the nade. The Expendables looking at so many different angles, but somehow they're getting those kills in. Hansi gets knocked down once more. Guy just got back up. Vandal gets killed off. Daytrade joins the fight. We're looking at a 5-way conflict between all these squads. Namsi finds Textile, and Ray's gonna get his head taken off. Bomb peeks up as well. The grenade still coming through. The bouncers is there, and Team Bliss runs out of blessing, and they will be finally eliminated. But it's not over yet. Now we're looking at Eagle 365 Esports finding themselves in their own fight, and right outside the smoke is going to be Venatica from Daytrade. Radiant waiting, and he finds the spray, not connecting the shots, but the nade is still there. Bounces on the vehicle, takes out Dexy, and now the second nade is also going to be there. Can Hansi survive? Molly right behind. He's gonna be flushed out, gunned down, and burned to a crisp. Eagle 365, they are also out.
Oh, it was so unfortunate. 365. They thought they were leisurely closing into the zone, and they saw. No, don't get me wrong. They did spot out Team Bliss here, and they thought they could try to go for the flank from the back line. But when they got out in the open without sufficient cover, they got boxed in instead. The symphony on nades was all across the board and all across the place here. But right now, with the biggest contender out of the picture here, Fury is currently on their way to try to secure the second chicken dinner for themselves, unless Archangel Predator has something to say about this later on. Expendables not too far behind. They had some losses. They suffered from this bombardment, but they came out stronger than ever, fully equipped with necessary utilities. And team number 1
Oh
left
no!
unscarred. Oh no! Come on, man!
Oh
you
no!
can't.
Bob, come on, just yet. I mean, the previous,
he hit the
Triples-
lottery. That's at least.
yeah, I mean, 777, he got ran over by his own team, but that was for a good cause. But now, this is just a casual run over, and oh no, to make it worse, Norris chips in, Levi's is down as well. Daytrade smell blood in the water out on the grassland as they were trying to bring 777 back up. They lose Levi's. Levi's on the ground, but Puchu is going to be shot back as team number 1, they're not having any of this. The Expendables, not having any of this, but Levi's will have to be surrendered to the blue zone. Now the Expendables being caught in the middle of team number 1 and Daytrade. They gotta slowly try and push it.
You gotta really take the time with this as well. The zone is gonna be forcing them out of the cover. Norris is they are relatively close to the zone as well. But Waikikamuka once again with the MK14 picking things off. Killer as well. One of the main fraggers down for the count. Not dead yet. Not dead just yet. But he's having the time of his knife as he's sniping people away casually. Ronan joining the fray, but hasn't found the head he was looking for just yet. But right now, this is your updated percentage count for Winner Chicken Dinner. Just now it was Archangel Predators, but this time it's changed. Now it's the Colony with 90% and Daytrade not too far behind with 1% differential. Rona's still on the way, setting things up for the smoke trails as they're slowly coagulating at the edge of the circle here.
And the Expendables finally gets taken out as Daytrade makes quick work of them. Fury has been pretty quiet this game, but for a good reason. As they keep everyone alive. The nade! Oh, blocked by the vehicle, but he's gonna be Ronan. He flushed everyone out. It was all a decoy. It was all planned. And in Fury fashion, the Molly. Oh my goodness, look at the trajectory. He sets things up. Perfectly done. Killer is out. Momonji is out as well. They get put out of commission. 2 more nades from Waikikamuka to continue this body.
Oh my god.
Fury. They are just too good. The Colony has been expelled from Game 5.
Dude, it's an absolute war zone in this game. And for today, nades after nades, smokes after smokes, vehicles are being blown up. People usually thought like, hey, vehicle walls are great, but now it's not because there's a potential of it going off in flames. Daytrade picking them off on the sideline casually. And team number 1, Now they're boxed in, they have to move. They're telling themselves to move. The vehicles are slowly smoking. Potentially could be burning soon if more damage is coming in. And it's gonna continue as well, since this is the circle is ever getting smaller. And Waikikamuka is sniping, finding between the chinks of the armor of the vehicles to find his prey. He snipes them away and constantly throws more nades coming in. It's gonna be a big one as he snipes one away. But the vehicle is on fire. Ninja, you gotta run, boy! And he just connects on him as well.
Oh my god! Someone make a highlight reel for Fury. They are so good at this game. They are so good. They are too good. As team number 1 becomes the dummies, they get shot, and the circle favors Fury as well. Team number 1, their days are numbered with Archangel Predator behind. Fury shooting at them. Sharper Esports. They are still pretty much healthy, but they have to take on AAA. Attack all around. Still hiding in that warehouse. As Janko is going to rejoin his team, but Sharper Esports, they gotta make a decision. They have to push this though, because this is not a good place that they want to be in.
Unbelievable. Sharper Esports still in the league. Same goes for team number 1. They're not out of the game just yet. They still have Monty to try to make the play. This time the ratio is reset once again, and Fury is back on top again. Not sure why they decided to change it, but nades are happening again, and Mad Dog will be able to blow up 6x high in the sky here. Jay is trying to go for the retaliation, goes to the revenge, goes to the headshot pick with the M14 on Belmont. Arjun Bot's also in the fray to finish off 6 sacks here. Sharper Esports having the back against the wall, but they're still in this fight. They are 2 men short in this case here. I mean, 1 is knocked, make it 2 knocked right now, and all that's left is the different teammate to clean up the crew here.
Blue Zone pushing in as well as Sharper Esports. Their time is running dry. It's either the Blue Zone or the gun barrels of Archangel Predator, and they choose both. It's gonna be AAA. Gloom's actually taking the last kill. Sharper Esports taken out. Fury still alive with the entire squad and having a lot of control over this area. As Puchus will take out Mad Dog. Daytrade with already 8 kills in the back. As Waikikamuka is gonna shoot Venatica to the ground. Smoke grenades coming out to cover, but look at Ronan. Again, nade flying out. Please tell me this is not gonna land once more, but there's a
unbelievable.
Oh my goodness, unbelievable. Ronan hitting those mid-court alley-oops with those nades. Inside fight jam, AAA in total shambles. How are they doing this?
Husky, I don't know how, but I believe for the last 7 months from the last PCS, everyone was just practicing throwing nades after nades. It's unbelievable. The amount, I don't know how much practice they had to pull this off. It's definitely a huge difference. I'm talking about like major difference from PCS3, like major. This is nothing like PCS3.
I agree, PCS3 is not as crazy as this, and this is what we like, the constant upgrade from this player's teams as Flood takes out Jay as an insight, follows up with finisher. Finally, Daytrade is going to try and challenge Fury. Can they be the one to stop Fury in this track? Waikikamuka gets tagged by the sharp nose of the nade, but it does not matter as the run through from the vehicles is there. Waikikamuka finds himself 5 kills. And look at the scoreboard, look at the overlay, look at who is alive. Fury with all 4 members. Archangel Predator with 2, team number 1 with only 1 more left. Daytrade also with 1 remaining survivor. And it seems like Fury are at the cups of taking the second chicken dinner, and I would not have expected otherwise. This is most likely gonna be their game. And it feels like this round has already ended. But let's see what else Fury can do.
You know, honestly, I feel like watching Fury tossing nades after nades like that. For some reason, I feel like I'm watching or casting the Olympics, right? The Olympic shot part division, right? Fury comes in, Ronan comes in from the sideline, beautiful toss from 200 meters, connects it. Absolutely new, groundbreaking practice.
I mean, you put Fury in a basketball match, I think the commentators would go berserk with those trick shots. Jesus.
feels like straight out of
Unbelievable.
it feels like straight out of an anime series,
Another one?
honestly. Oh God.
My
God bless.
God.
God bless. God bless.
Oh.
Honestly, dude, can you imagine the
Oh my.
the highlights? Everyone's just gonna be like, oh, it's gonna be like a 3K gun spray down, like the normal
no,
way,
no.
right? But no, it's just gonna be nades after nades after nades. And the whole highlights, that 10 minutes highlights, it's all just gonna be nades. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, and you can see Molly is there as well. Ronan knows where the last member of Day Trade is. Norin's really trying. He has his own utility, but guess what? Blues on pushing in. Norin is running out of time. You gotta try his best. Nate's coming through as well. Archangel Predator, they're just waiting and watching the movie. They have that front seat view, so why not stop and watch? Let's let Fury clean up the mess before they take this on. But Fury, they've got
Oh.
plans. They want to take on two teams at once. They are confident. They're feeling good, and they are feeling their chicken dinner as Norin
Oh,
gets
this
taken
is
out.
it.
It's
This is
between
the
Furies
one.
and Archangel
There we
Predator.
go.
The Nays, they just don't run out. Where does Fury get on his date? They manufacture it
Oh
themselves. Just knock. Not pops right out. Connects the spray. 3 more to go. Can he do this? It is not possible as Fury just takes match 5. Second chicken dinner and in an absolutely dominant fashion.
I'm gonna put it right now. Like if we could have damage if we could have damage report right in this game itself, right? I'm pretty sure we're gonna be seeing knocks by guns, like 3 or 4 members, and knocks and kills by nades. It's gonna be like 10 or 12. I'm like,
And then like
yo, that is a
90%.
huge difference. Yeah.
And 90% would be Fury, Ronan, Waikikamuka, Ronan, Inside, Flood. It's just, but mostly from Ronan, his nades. I felt like their practice probably could be at Ronan. You're gonna spend 7 months throwing nades. You know, we're paying you to throw nades. Waikikamuka, you work on the sniping skills. Flood, you're our personal chauffeur. You're gonna drive those vehicles. Inside, you're gonna be the all-rounder. You know.
No, Husky. No. What do you mean? They are practicing together. They're taking shifts. You know, they'll be like, okay, can you stand like 200 meters behind the cliff? I'm gonna toss it. You tell me whether it connects. I'm throwing now. Did it hit? No. A little bit more to the left. Nailed it. They do this for 7 months straight, and they're like, "We got this, guys. We got this." Like,
We got this,
Flood
boys.
will be like at aim. Like Flood will be. Flood and Insight will be like at aim lab, just like casually like getting high
You know,
points, and it's like,
You know, like when you watch those kind of TV shows, or like sniper shows, or even when you play games or you watch anime or whatever, right? Whatever it is, and you see like people calculating, all right, so I need to toss like 200 meters at a 45-degree angle. The wind, the strength of the wind is gonna blow my grenade. You know, it's slanted 3 degree and it's gonna bounce off the terrain and connect. I think that's what Fury has been doing. Play of the match. Waikikamuka, I'm not going to argue with that. I think Ronan could easily be in this as the player of the match as well. But regardless, Fury, I'm speechless, you know, this round. Like, if Fury did not win this chicken dinner, I would be very disappointed. But of course, it is Fury. They've come a long way. This is a new Fury embarking on a whole new mission. And they're displaying exactly what their name suggests. Fury all around.
dude, Fast and Furious is all great and all, but the thing is, it's always important to ensure that you don't burn yourself out. But anyway, these are your top 5 killed for this round for match number 5 here. Waikikamuka, of course, going to be taking top spot, followed by Ronan alongside another Fury member here. Let's see how many Furies are going to be taking across the board, but I believe it's only going to be the 2 of them. Top 3 is going to be Norins from Day Trade, Jan Q from Attack All Around, of course, Ajin Bats is going to be from Archangel Predator from the Philippines. Now, the thing is this, right? Waikikamuka, 797 damage. I am pretty sure. No, I'm 100% confident that 200. I'm gonna give it out. 200 damage was from his sniping skills. The rest of the amount of damage was just mostly nades. I can 100% guarantee
Yeah.
it for sure.
I'm thinking the same. You know, like
But-
I felt like after
but yes.
that, it feels like we are not watching Game 5, but we are just watching a highlight reel from Game 5. You
Yeah.
know, it was just grenade shower. It felt like an actual war zone. the first question is, how did Fury get so much grenades?
That's what I'm so curious about, right? So, okay, last time usually everyone barely has nades. Like there was rarely even flashbangs either. It was mostly just some nades, some smokes, and the rest is just mostly supplies, utilities, right? Something out of the blue is just everyone for some reason has like 6 to 8 nades, and like on top of that, there's like 4 or 5 smokes and 2 flashbangs. I'm like, yo, your inventory must be like. You must have like forsaken a lot of supplies, or unless the team is playing with a style right now where they say commit more for nades, we can gain utilities from our enemies' dead bodies, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think Fury. I think we were watching the Oprah Winfrey show, PUBG style. You know, Fury is basically Oprah Winfrey. It's like, you get a nade, you get a nade, everyone gets a nade,
everyone gets a nade,
and we take the chicken dinner. 39 kills. Holy cow!
Dude, but besides Fury, right? It's not just Fury, you know. Everyone else is landing nades after nades. It's like, for some reason, when one person lands a nade, and it was a beautiful one as well, of course, everyone decide across the entire map to throw their own nades, and of course they all throw it beautifully as well. So I'm like, what is going on here? Suddenly, the edge of gunplay is slowly being subsided here. Now it's all about who can have the best trajectory, you know, the nade tossing in this case. Can you imagine someone just goes to the resume, right? Like, you want to apply for a new team in PUBG, right? The guys will be like, what's your gunplay? 5 out of 10, okay, average. What about your nade play? 10 out of 10, here's my VODs. They just watch one VOD, they'll be like, you're hired. Don't care, you're hired.
You're hired. We need someone who knows how to throw, and you're exactly that guy. I think our observers are definitely gonna have a great time just rewatching all those bird's eye view from the nade. It's just like you know, it's a very mesmerizing mesmerizing period. Whenever someone throws out a nade, you just watch the observer camera, you just follow the nade and just watch it with your mouth wide open. It's like, and then it bounces off and it goes off, and someone else dies. You'll be like, oh my god, another one. Now DJ Kali will be another one. Just, I think we have at least 7 nade kills, at least in the final sequence.
Honestly, I can tell you this: if any of those players having the back end of those nades, right, I will be horrified. Like, if it was me, if I'm in that situation, like I'm constantly being nade, right? Like, if I don't die for the first nade and I'm still being bombarded, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, I'm just gonna quit. I'm just gonna leave.
That's an airstrike. You know?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know,
and this
like
is
for some reason.
Day.
Dude, and the crazy part about it as well, in Erangel, right, there's not much, like, majority of the circle that has always been on the central open plains, right? Everyone tends to go with the defense maneuver, right, where they just group up, surround themselves with the 4 vehicles, hence why you see everyone bringing their own cars, right, to build a barricade around themselves, the car circle, right? But now it's slowly being countered because everyone is like, for some reason, everyone's like landing nades, like, for some reason, like, aimbot is just like aimbot's like online, like the scripts are in, let's throw nades because we'll never miss, you know.
It's like you throw a nade into the air, and then you'd be like, we need a bit more gust of wind, so you throw a nade and you be like, and then it lands. It just lands.
Dude, and the crazy part about it is that when all these nades coming in, people are forced to not only they can't even fight back because they can't pick, because if they get picked, they get sniped, right? So all they can do really is just to lie down and waste their own utilities and waste their own smokes to cover themselves.
And the thing is, like, if you throw out those smoke grenades, you're basically telling everyone that, hey, you know what, nade that area. That is where they're gonna be. And I think the best sequence we saw was when the beginning of the grenade sequence, where Fury, I think Ronan, was nading, I can't remember which team, but he was nading like 2 guys. His first nade connected, it forced them out, and then he sprayed them down, and afterwards his second nade came in, he knocked both of them, and then he just mollied the area right on top, and he just barbecued. Yeah, he sprayed. That was, I think, it felt like it was orchestrated, but you know that Ronan put in God knows how long, hours? Nah, man, months of work
I mean,
to
no,
that.
I mean like hours every day. I mean hours every day and that kind of thing. But I mean, it's not just Fury. Everyone, like even in the other teams, everyone really stepped up. Besides the nade throwings, the decision making, everyone has really changed. Even the returning teams that we haven't seen in PCS 2 and 3 are coming into the fray with not just new rosters and new members, but also with new game plans and new ideas here. Until the point where teams have to start being creative and start lobbing nades all across the board here. It's absolutely insane. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for match number 6, the last match and map of the night is gonna be closing out here on the map of Miramar flight path. This time gonna be the same like Erangel, just on the opposite side, no longer from the east to west. However, it is from the southwest to the northeast side of the map. Pretty much a beautiful diagonal towards the central plains. Everyone should be able to go and land wherever they want to go to. However, I am a little bit concerned here for the team who is going to be landing at L. If I'm not mistaken, that is Picado. Yeah, if for the 2 teams that's going to be landing at Picado, because that area has enough loot to squeeze 2 teams, but for contention for space, it's gonna be pretty tight.
Yeah, and well, 6 Rin sees a floating duck. Doesn't get a shot in. Team Bliss so far, we've talked about how we want to see them show up more, and they did. Unfortunately, it's not enough to put them in the front page. At least. Not for the past 5 games. We are getting a very normal circle towards the center of the map. Vanatica was the recipient of those earlier shots from 6 Rin, but thankfully he survives the drop, and he's going to be able to heal up. So let's see how this final round of the day is going to turn out.
Still holding on the line. Janku slowly trying to decide whether he wants to go back into the compound and said the area has already been secured, has already been locked down, but attack all around here. One of our other team from Thailand, who is not only is their first time here in the PCS and of course for this first PCS of 2021, but it's also going to be their first debut here to showcase themselves. They have been performing quite admirably, but they are running into many situations, many scenarios where they are constantly boxed in. There are times where they did come out on top, and it is actually quite horrifying here. But most of the time they did run into the clutches, right into the dens of Buriram, Furies, Eagle 365. Very unideal situation for them to go for the pickups here. So I think for now, it is still a lot. I can tell you this for sure. They're feeling a lot of honor. Feeling a lot of experience. They're going to be able to gain a lot from this tournament itself. But this is the first day. Their performance may not be as great today, but maybe tomorrow or the next week, it could be different. It could be even more horrifying. An evolution is required for some of these returning teams or the new teams, especially for the teams who are bottom fragging right now in the leaderboard, if they want to stay in the head of the game.
Oh, absolutely. Thing is, just think of it as like a marathon instead of a sprint. Although I think with this format, it's more like a relay race, relay marathon. Each week is different. I think this new format definitely changes how you need to play. But if you look past all that, by the end of week number 3, the only way you're going to be crowned a winner is to have the most chicken dinner. So all hope is not lost just yet for any of these teams, honestly, as we are still at the starting line, or at least we just completed the first lap. Still a lot more to go.
Oh yeah, X Stadium took it up. Our other Vietnam team, glad to see them coming back into the scene. Like I said, the last time was during PCS2. But each of their members, 3 of their members, if you notice as well, Gakon, 74L1, J Ken, all 3 of them also have experience in the PCS, either PCS1 or even from the Charity Showdown as well, especially for 74L1, who was previously from DIC Gaming, while Gakon was from Maugi Esports. J-Ken is by far the only player who has been consistent from the very beginning. So I guess you could say he is the godfather, the OG for the team here, for X Stadium, as one of the original members here. But other than that, this lineup has been showing quite the promise. It's just a matter of whether they can win those pickoffs, because there are times I don't doubt their sniping abilities. We saw them having great picks, right? But the only problem is, it was a clash head on. We start to see a little bit of a difference there.
Oh yeah. I mean, to be very fair, when it comes to
1,000.
holy cow.
By the way, just want to reminding everyone, 700 from the last list. Okay, 700 damage, 785 damage for headshots, and this is the updated for body shots. 1,000.
Oh
Why
boy.
Kikamukau?
He's
God
so
bless.
good. 777 getting absolutely swarmed. Does have the utility.
That's the
Struts coming
jackpot.
through. But you gotta go for the reload on this barrel. 762 turns it around. Oh my goodness, so close. Rain finds one. Textile finds second. Namsi and Levi trace right back. This is an absolute mess of the show. Gino is gonna get tagged on. Those truck, can it go fast enough? Too slow. Tires getting bursted out as Namsi forced to reload, and Tinoy, ooh, barely escapes with the skin of his teeth as 777 is gonna take out Belmov. And in the blink of an eye, Sharper Esports, they start the fight, but they end up losing 3 guys instead. And guess what's the bigger punch in the gut? The Expendables. They were the one who got swarmed, and they lost no one.
Well, it's gonna be a little close as well, and honestly, you gotta really thank God for, if I'm not mistaken, that is Buriram or Eagle 365 on the long side there, because they actually joined the fight, but from the range then, that put a lot more pressure on Sharper Esports compared to Team Expendables there. Although yes, Team Expendables did get knocked down by one of the members of Buriram or Eagle 365 from the range there. But either way, they did manage to still come on the top. They have not lost a single member. Thank God for it, I believe. But now the last remaining member of Sharper Esports, now this just got a whole lot harder for them to deal with this kind of situation. BN United, however, gets a beautiful spray control as Simon T will be the first to gun down Neotica with a scar. And also will be finishing off Neotica at the same time.
Chazing can immediately track him down and finish him off. So it's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Tonkei sees his victim. God Ace gets knocked down. Cheers King is there. Atlantic Esports was able to put up the number. And they will be the victors of this clash. It's going to be a 1-for-2 trade. Cheers King is going to restock
business,
himself.
Husky.
Oh yeah, just beautiful.
Beautiful. It's a beautiful business, man. Buy one free, buy one free one, that kind of thing. Buy one free two. Sorry.
No, it's a very poor representation of the barter system. You give one, you get 2.
Hey, I mean, you don't want to say an eye for an eye. You return the favor twofold.
Yeah, someone punches you, you hit back harder.
Exactly.
Like someone kills a teammate, you kill the enemy, the guy who killed your teammate and his family. What?
I mean, I would say family, man. That's good. Woo! Going a little too far there. I'm starting to sweat here, Husky.
1 plus 1, 1 plus 1. There we go. Simple math.
Oh my god. For some reason, you if I had to put in a mathematical formula for your explanation just now, it would be 1 plus 1 equals 3.
I'm just saying, like.
Killing his family, man. Jesus, we went so dark for a second there.
I mean, it's all about the chicken dinner, You gotta go through turmoil
but
to get
kill
there.
his family.
Yeah, his family, basically the rest of his teammates, they are media familia. Ohana means family.
Family means we all die together.
Y'all go down with the ship,
Yeah. I really can picture one innocent dude just be like, "Oh, daddy, brother, I think I still survive." Shh. No, you die with us. No, but I'm fine. Shh. Just close your eyes. Just close your eyes.
Just close your eyes, go to sleep, Sleep tight, sweet prince.
And speaking of sleeping tight, Flood is definitely looking forward to finding somebody from AAA side to tuck them in bed for good. Literally.
Later. This also scouting duty. I don't think. So most of the teams they are probably not going to engage soon. Oh, there we go.
Oh my god,
Right down.
Fury. Are you kidding me? The blessing of the circle just
Well,
favors
the-
them this time for this man.
The outcast, no, the outskirts of Avocado.
The outcast, wow.
The
Everyone outside the circle is an outcast.
outside Oh boy.
Restarting the Hunger
Looting my
Games.
marbles. What's that? Yeah. No, technically this is the Hunger Games. Come on.
Yeah, I know, but you know, the thing is this, like, but there was no like discrimination between like, you know, outcasts and nobles, right? And now since you brought out the word outcast, I thought like, okay, it's like the Hunger Games. No,
This is a typo, but in real life. This is typo in real life. I wanted to say outskirts, but outcast got auto-corrected into my vocal cords.
but,
No wonder I'm getting a couple of tags in, and he's like, yeah, I'm out.
yeah.
Gotta practice
For
a
some
bit
reason,
more before
Husky-
I come back.
Ladies and gentlemen, for some reason after this, Husky's gonna go to the doctor to tell the doctor saying, hey, I would like the replacement for my vocal cord.
I blame the
there was an
wisdom
error.
tooth extraction. You know, like the wisdom tooth extraction messed me up. Tino, the last man alive.
Tino,
No, I got
you can
number.
do this, buddy.
Let's go. Nah, no chance.
Well, he is. Well, he is a lone ranger in the all wild west here. But then again, no teams has befallen just yet. I mean, Sharper Esports, they're this close. They're literally one man away to being the 16th team to be removed here by Flood. Beautiful tags, but this get tagged from behind, gets revealed at the same time. Day trade. But then again, it was thanks to them that our dear friend from BN United will still be able to fight to live for another day. But that Buggy
Garcon's not gonna feel happy about it. Buggy is. Flood's not gonna be happy with that. Garcon was the one who shot him. So yeah, he's gonna remember that. You know, you don't simply shoot someone and get away with it.
I mean, they can. He did actually.
For now,
Yeah, for now.
a lot
Game
of scenic
home?
views. You know, I'm liking this.
It's disgusting, you know. He's on the way back home on a country road. Take me
Take
home
him home.
to the place he belongs. I don't know, man. Just make sure
Where's
you don't
this?
flip,
Not-
man.
not- yeah, it's not West Virginia. So, I need a place with 4 syllables.
Yeah, Mirama.
That's 3 syllables.
Back to mama. By the way, dude, what disgusting? What are you doing alone, man? Where's everybody? Jeez, I mean, scouting is cool, but dang, you're alone. But
now.
Buriram's still gonna be chilling in this compound, waiting for the rest of the team. Zone is pushing Team Colony from the Philippines back into the safe zone. They are on the way. This is the phase 2, by the way, so the zone doesn't really hurt that much. They do, although they are a little bit low for supplies and for meds. So it is always best to get in the zone to get more utilities for this. More supplies are in order. And let's see if the next circle does it favor Fury once again. It favored them twice now. Let's see when it goes for the third time. As we know the saying, third time is the charm. Boy Ram goes with a couple of tags from the long distance as well. No dice though. But the third circle does favor Fury for the third time.
Yeah, but at least they're not in the center, right? So they will have to work for it. At least, well, later on, Connexy a bit of shots off the Magic Esports, but not really connecting the necessary shots. I feel really they're fine. You know, they have a decent combo to work with, a lot of resources as well, and in fact, they are pretty much out of away from everyone else's radar. So I'm not gonna expect them to get into any fight, but maybe not Magic Esports. They're brushing shoulders with Victim Rise, and at the same time, BM United also shows themselves. Victim Rise should be able to get themselves into this gas station and plop themselves down. So, they should be pretty fine as well. The full squad still alive. Magic Esports plowing through this entire area as Leon's kill. Goes for a drift. That vehicle is smoking. He has to get down. Dr. Logi with an amazing spray, able to force the members of Magic Esports off of their vehicle and into the hands of Daytrade. Out from the Tiger's Jaw into the Lion's Den. Daytrade Norris getting a spray down as well. As Venate is knocked down by Magic Esports, they're also suffering casualties. The Chezing is down and out of commission. Leon's kill forced to stay on outside, and look at that Fur with the flip alongside his teammate, and definitely might have cost them their life, but Glory is going to be traded back. doesn't matter. 74L1 also gets taken out. Disgusting is there to bring Cloris back up, and they will get 2 kills for themselves as well.
Oh, a little bit close to comfort. I mean, that's pretty much why you don't. Okay, see, the thing is, that car is amazing on flatlands, right? It's one of the fastest cars in the game, but it just does terribly on off-road. And I mean, it also applies to most vehicles as well, right? So it's like you accidentally enter a ditch on one wheel, you're gonna be flipping for days. Looks like 777 will be able to hit the jackpot on Cobbs here as he was able to connect with
second one?
James coming for the second one. He nails it the second time. It's all jackpot all across the board here. James were able to go for the knockfall, the revenge kill, but still no kill secure. This barn is not having the time to allies because there's no freaking time for the allies here. Jackpot 777 still pushes forward to go for the spray down on killer. Managed to knock him down for haven't secured the kill just yet. Alex tried to buy enough time, but he's getting flanked from both sides. Gets gunned up from the distance as well as AAA will try to snipe him away. Nam C has to fall back a little bit to go for the slide heals, and 777 will be saved by one of his teammates.
Archangel Predator now also caught in a bit of a conflict with team number 1. Sergeant Bots is already put out of commission, unfortunately. It is just going to be a 3 versus 3 situation. Circle's about to close in, so we have a lot of conflict about to start as YM Cut is not going to be able to survive that. It gets absolutely bombed. In fact, it's a suicide from Go 12 as he blows himself out. Fury not really in the circle, but it doesn't really matter. They can still move in as Ronan has that area down and secured. Archangel Predator is going to knock out team number 1. Inside gets shot by Eddie from across the mountains. But Fury, they are going to rotate away regardless as Buriram United tries to push in to gain more ground.
Buriram has to take the fight. The reason why they're attacking for sure is why they hope to go for the kills. But anyway, Norins, Vanotika will be able to secure the kill on Genforce. Genforce is definitely out for the count. Victor Rice, he was almost safe in the house as well, but gets gunned down as he pushes through the door. And that's going to be from Cloris from the other side. All angles are being looked upon and scouted too. Looks like Victor Rice not having the time of their lives. Then again, remember that shack doesn't really give them much cover either. It's very small, very tight here. But so here comes BM United with the vehicle once again. 2 men in the car. Hopefully the vehicle sustained long enough. The vehicle is already smoking as well. But he flew out of the vehicle and will be dropped as well. He has no chance but to get out and he gets sprayed down at the same time. They are running and they are gunning. Sharper around right now doesn't really care about the fallen boxes. They don't care about the loot. They just want to get into the zone, into a safe compound and settlement. They will be crashing into the site. But Victor Rice, they are prepared. But how prepared are they for the onslaught, for the turnaround? Flood was able to go for the knockdown on the other side. And here comes a clash between both the teams, between locations here on that compound.
Actually, Puchus, he stuck his foot in and take a Konasi. That's gonna mess with the plans of Buriram United a bit as Victor Rice buys a bit more time, but that nade, bounces off the roof, doesn't really connect. And Victor Rice, they have a bit more time. They gotta bring Konasi back up though, and Norris not making it easy. Now he's gonna take out the wheels off that vehicle and make sure that Buriram United's life is a bit more complicated as they proceed into the circle. Speaking about that, Fury just made it in, and they kind of know where Nan is. Here we go, Ronan with the nade ready. He's about to toss it. The shack is the only thing keeping him and CJ alive. Almost bounces through the door, but with that door blown right open, second nade's gonna come through. Archangel Predator, they might be the prey. That smoke grenade is there to block out the entrance. Almost bounces off the door frame as CJ now is gonna force to run out. They need to evacuate from the shack. It is not safe anymore. But Mad Dog is gonna be caught. CJ gets tagged. That's 2 for Fury. They are gonna make it again. It is a Fury show with that nade. CJ getting resurrected by his buddy, but can they stay alive in there? As Mad Dog definitely will not survive. CJ should be brought back up, but Fury have this shack on lockdown.
I really want the number of the carpenter for that shack because that door frame, that bottom door frame is saving their lives from so many nades. It finally got in, but they managed to heal up, so it managed to damage it but not knock them down. They are relatively low. The final nade should have the final say since Ronan has already pushed forward ever closer to peck them off. But the nade will not be able to get into the shack again as their attention has been diverted away from Day1, who is sniping them from the distance. But Magic Esports, Leon C. He's not out of the game just yet. He's close by to go for the revenge pickup as well. You just gotta be really careful. But more nades on the other side, more knocks happening on the other team too. AAA not having the best of time. They do have the vantage point, but they are in line of sight between 3 other teams who is ready to pick them off at any time.
Yeah, Eagle 365 G-Brit trying to survive in this apartment is disgusting. It's gonna eliminate Namsi alongside Chloris. And there we go, the nades once more. Oh, just bouncing off the door frame. CJ holding his breath with his teammate. Molly is also used. They can move out. Fury have information, but disgusting is gonna take out Flood. Knocks him to the ground. Can they bring Flood back up? Smoke grenade has to come in, and Pujios will secure Flood. So Fury losing their first member. They're taking a lot of time. They gotta cross this freeway, and a lot of teams have had their attention drawn towards Fury. Maybe this is a chance for Archangel Predator to make a move and get out to safety. Hikamukao not done just yet. Again, off the door frame. Oh, how long?
Dude, I don't care, dude.
How long do they need to hold their breath?
I don't know, dude. All I know is I'm getting the number of that carpenter for that shack because that door frame is saving lives.
The Molly bouncing off again. Oh,
the door frame. MVP. It has to be the MVP. I don't care. Someone take a picture of that door.
Oh, this one's going in.
MVP.
It's going in.
It's in.
Oh, flushing out CJ. It's the same trick that Ronan used. CJ gets stolen away. Non-Hughes back up.
I love CJ. He's just like, nah, that's it. I gotta go. I can't stay here anymore.
Oh boy, Ronan, the challenge done. This nade is in. He got him. The Expendables also out at the same time. Archangel Predator. They, who can blame them? Mouse caught in a mouse trap. Showered with grenades and mollies.
Dude, but then so much time was wasted. You know, Fury could have left by then. You know what I mean? They stood there for so long that it caused even Flood to get knocked down from the other team.
Oh man, at least they were put out of the suffering. You know, I guess that's a good thing.
True.
Dexy, Eagle 365, getting a bit of a shot, attracting attention. From one car, he flips it! Oh, the car flips! And now everyone is in shambles. They're like, guys, our vehicle was flipped. We gotta go on foot. As Eagle 365, the Molly is there. Pucho is burning. Can he get out? Tino landing that. Second Molly coming through. Pucho burns. Oh, Flash also gets set on fire. He's burning. Then down. Oh, boys, they gotta crawl to safety. Norrens is the only one who can bring him alive. Smoke grenades will be out. Third Molly coming through. Oh, this one does not connect. A bit too far. Flash will be resuscitated by his buddy.
Oh, still pushing forward. Sharper Esports, I'm surprised though. They're still surviving. Oh, never lag for our dear buddy here as he's slowly rotating by the other side. But like what I was saying, right, Husky? Sharper Esports, who had huge losses way early into the game, still alive and now punishing Day Trade for their earlier part of the engagement here. But a beautiful arm is coming in. He had the AWM, by the way. Remember that. He had the AWM. He's going to go for the spray down. Ronan was able to get a beautiful tag and spray down. They need some form of control. Team Bliss, who was actually on the top list for getting chicken dinner, now having their back against the wall because attack all around, not just with the arm in hand, but they're also committing utilities to force them out, and 2 members are knocked down already. Rain needs to get control, more control for the team to pick them all up. But Jace is pushing forward, finds Rain, knocks him down, and looking for more nades. The last remaining member has to stay strong as long as possible. Rain cannot die, he cannot touch the zone because the minute he does, he gets knocked. That's how low it is. But the Molly, it spreads and burns Rain alive, and looks like our Team Bliss will be eliminated away. But so does the tag all around, as the zone will be the one to have the final say. Now Fury, they need to get control of this. Waikika did get knocked down from Game Home, who was rotating from the back line. If they win this fight, they don't have to worry about anything else. God New gets tagged but not knocked just yet. He's ever so low. And Inside's the last one standing.
Yep.
Disgusting. Slowly pushing forward.
And oh, Inside wins that one. 1 HP! 1 HP and only 1 mag left. Surely he can survive this right inside now. Not this time. Game Home puts that rampage to a stop.
No. The opportunity has risen for Buriram United Esports and Eagle 365 Esports. Both of them earning chicken dinners. They need, although yes, even if they did win this last round for today, they would even out the scores for the chicken dinner, but they would not be able to top off the scoreboard since Fury has double the amount of kill score that they have. So right now they can hope that the fact that they will be the two teams. One of these teams are hoping they secure this chicken dinner. Nyodra was able to find Hansi and denies him all hands on this deck for the team here. And instantly, Eagle 365's, their hopes and dreams are now down to one single man. It's going to be down to the hands of Vandal. He's all alone as he bears the responsibility to try to secure this last map of the day. While Game Home and the rest, who was also the team that mowed down Fury, not only Flood, but also the rest of the members of Fury are now in the hands as Buriram, Gonmiao, and Nordra are picking up members of Game Home as they slowly descend down the mountains.
Yep. Buriram United, they want to be the team that catches up to Fury, and the second chicken dinner will do it. Godmel and Noadra, those two have been landing a lot of their shots, and Gakon coming through. It's going to be an ambush into this shack. It's going to be Tinoy. They know where he is. Or do they? Maybe they don't.
I don't think they know.
They actually don't. Oh my goodness, Tinoy is holding his breath. He hears the footsteps. He knows the vehicle is there. Is Tinoy really going to get the ambush? He's thrown down. Flicks around. That's the first. Tinoy! Unbelievable! Oh my goodness, Tinoy! Holy cow, he survives!
He's an absolute genius. He was just chilling there. But but that's the thing. I'm surprised that no one actually suspected of the fact that, like, hey, should we check the shack because there's like a fresh new car in front of the entrance, But either way, that's gonna be a mishap that Dear Hack Stadium will be remembering. But Noidra making full use of the Groza, spraying through the chinks of the car windows as well, getting rid of Vandal. There goes Eagle 365 here. Now the last three teams here. Buriram, of course, has a higher chance of taking this win since not only do they have the gunpowder, but they have the manpower as well. Game Home and Sharper Esports, they have to use telepathy to communicate with each other, to work together, to at least trip off the amount of members that Buriram has in hopes to ensure their team will be the one to take the chicken dinner. Honestly, if Sharper Esports takes the chicken dinner, I'll be happy because they had the roughest of start. If they can end the game today here with a comeback, I think that's gonna be a great story for them to tell in the future.
Tinoy just chilling, drinking some energy drink. Noadra's gonna be the first one to check. Unless he knows that. He suspects someone is dead.
No,
Here
he's
comes the
smart.
molly.
No, he's
Tinoy, yeah, he's getting fried. He gotta get out. Now he's gonna find cover behind his shack. He's still burning. At least he has supplies to heal up. Now Buriram United, can they do this? Yep, they can. Oh, it's Godnoy who does it. Oh, you cheeky little bastard. Oh, Tinoy.
Yeah,
Tinoy's hero arc has been put to an end, and it seems like Buriram United, they should be able to get this. Eddie tags Godnoy, blue zone closing in, and this is it. Buriram United, second chicken dinner of the day. They close out the day with the second chicken dinner. They tie up with Fury, but Fury has more kills. So we know that Fury at the end of the day still is at the top, but Buriram United in the grand scheme of things for week number 1, they are keeping up. And truly, rightfully, as the previous winner of PCS3.
It's really great to see them really trying to turn things around. Fury, however, I feel they're only I can only say their only downfall was the fact that they took a little bit too long trying to smoke out Archangel Predator during that shack. Like, that was a lot of nades. I even counted. They threw a total of 8 to 10 nades, like 8 to 10 nades, right? Like mollies included, just to try to smoke them all out, right? And during this process, Flood, while he was watching the other angle, got sniped and picked off by the other team, instantly losing one member while they're out in the open, by the way, while they're out in the open with only having one vehicle for their cover. And instantly so many utilities wasted that could have been used for potential fights. By the time they got into the circle, Game Home, who has been taking a more slower approach towards the circle, was able to just overwhelm them with the necessary numbers. I honestly believe it would have been a little bit more different if they still had the necessary utilities, but because I believe they were out, they were run dry in the nade department there, they had no choice but to take the fight head on. But either way, your MVP for this last match of tonight, for this match number 6, is gonna be Nordra from Buriram. Buriram here. Honestly, I can tell you this. Oh man, my mouth just like, my tongue, like the tongue twister just rolled there for a second there. Buriram United Esports. Oh my god, I don't know why I'm having this trouble now. But anyway, yes.
I mean, you know, I do agree. I completely agree that Fury took a bit too much time. I think if they were able to flush out Archangel Predator early on, it could have been. It might be a third chicken dinner. Who knows, right? But yeah. The amount of resources and time that they expended, it drew a lot of attention, and that was the main downfall. But regardless of that, I still feel like they put on probably the most consistent performance we've seen today. And Buriram United, early on, I didn't put them in my top 3 list of consistent teams. By the end of the first half, they have stepped up the game, and now second chicken dinner of the day.
And the crazy thing about this as well is, once again, like I mentioned, Nordra always objective kills. You know, it's not about like he sees someone, he goes for the kill, right? He's always prioritizing the fact like, okay, if my team is flanking here, someone should potential. He's always having this meticulous calculation in his head, right? Like, if my team is flanking here or my team throws a nade here, where would I go? Where would this guy go? And how would I want to ambush it? How I want to plan for it? It's not like Nordra is not like just like aggressively pushing forward, like literally just looking for kills, right? No, he's always prioritizing, right? He's always theorizing the fact that I'm trying to be practical in this situation where he only will take a fight, he only will go for a trade if he knows he has the better part of it, not the short end of the stick here. So him being the MVP for the second time of the day, I'm not surprised really, even though I'm pretty sure he doesn't have as much skill compared to his other teammates, but hey, all his kill has been objective, has been very impactful, and the amount of scouting he has done for the team alongside his other teammate has been crucial alongside this entire game. By the way, this is, of course, the final match for this first day of the PCS4 APAC here. Husky, honestly, oh my god, like talk about a slow ending today, because after experiencing and after seeing all the explosion, I literally thought it was a Michael Bay film for every single match, right? This last round was more mediocre. It was a little bit more simple. It was more softer. It was more quiet. It's not as explosive, but I guess everyone, the stress, the pressure is slowly kicking in. You know, everyone's starting to feel a little bit sleepy, a little bit tired here.
Yeah, this team is gonna run out. You know, it's a good ending. We start off with a bang, and then we end with a more mellow tone. So it's a perfect ending to close out the day. But let's look at leaderboard one last time. By the end of day number 1 this first week, Fury with 43 kills and 2 chicken dinners, followed by Buriram United, also 2 chicken dinners, but only 21 kills. Eagle 365 and BN United, they both have 1 chicken dinners, but Eagle 365 have a bit more kills compared to BN United, and that is the top 4 that we are currently looking at. And I would say, you know, because of the nature of the new format, chicken dinner, if you don't have chicken dinners, you're probably not going to get too much spotlight, but at least the top 8 first page is worth considering, because there's still something to take away by the end of every week. Right now, the closest competitors are between Fury and Buriram United Esports,
which is definitely not a surprise to me at all, because I already had that sort of expectation when I already saw the names, as they are one of the few returning teams here. However, I am also keeping my eye on some of the other returning teams as well, like Expendables for sure, because they are three of the members was previously from Divine East, LG Divine Esports here. So you could be dang sure they will be making their return, as they were previously crowned the King of Miramar during the first 2 weeks of the PCS3. But anyway, it has been a full blast today, isn't it, Husky? So much explosion, Michael Bay films happening all across the board. I don't think anyone will ever believe me if I ever tell anyone the game that I casted or the game that I witnessed. You know, people are just going to be like, "Nah, man, I don't believe you." Like, so many nations is happening across the board. It can't be like a World War III or a war zone coming into the mix. I'm just gonna clip every moment and just gonna like save it on my phone so I can show people the fact that this happened for 20 minutes straight.
Oh, yeah,
everywhere.
You know, I came in with obviously I have a lot of expectations, right? We've seen PCS3 and now PCS4. Obviously, even on day one, we saw so much growth from all these teams, be it veteran or you know, new faces. It is such a breath of fresh air, such a great sight to behold. That there's so much growth and improvement, team-wise and player-wise. But most importantly is that I expected a slower start. You know, I expect people to start feeling each other out, testing the waters, seeing where their opponents stand. But no, right out the gates, we get just flawless executions. It's something that we did not get to experience nor see, even from the best teams during PCS3. So I would say we are starting off on an amazing note, and I can't wait to see what the rest of PCS APAC for Season 4 has to bring to us. It's a great treat, but that's all for today. It's been an amazing evening, and if you guys are watching, you definitely want to tune in for tomorrow's matches. We'll be back at the same time tomorrow for Day 2 Week 1, and by the end of it, we'll see who will get those prize money for week number 1, and of course going for that juicy $20,000. My name is Husky. He is Yololi. Thank you PUBG Corp and Geek Events for making this happen. On behalf of all the people behind the scene, including our production, our observers, League Ops, and everyone in between, we bid you guys farewell and good night. We'll see you tomorrow.